Point of order. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Madam Speaker, I am rising on a point of order to present to you my arguments why you should select my motions and other motions that you might normally not select. I use the word normally because the circumstances of the process at committee was not normal at all. It is important to understand why we are here today pleading with the Speaker to select amendments at the report stage. O'Brien and Bose at page 784 states, "It is up to the Speaker to decide which amendments will be considered at report stage. The Speaker rules not on whether the purport of the amendment or its substance is worthy of debate, but rather on whether the amendment is procedurally acceptable within the framework of the rules established for the admissibility of amendments presented at report stage. At report stage, a bill is examined as a whole and not clause by clause, as is the case at the committee stage. Generally, the rules relating to the admissibility of amendments presented at committee stage also apply to motions in amendment at report stage. However, certain rules apply only to report stage. For instance, since 1968, when the rules relating to report stage came into force, a motion in amendment to delete a clause from a bill has always been considered by the chair to be in order, even if such a motion would alter or go against the principle of the bill as approved at second reading. And a motion to amend a number of clauses of a bill has been considered out of order. At report stage, the Speaker has ruled out of order a motion in amendment that infringed upon the financial initiative of the Crown, proposed to alter an agreement that was within the prerogatives of the Crown, proposed to amend a statute or a section of a statute not amended by the bill, and proposed to alter the title of a bill when no substantial changes had been made to the bill that would have necessitated a change in the title. I do have motions on notice to delete clauses, but I have other substantive motions. None of them are in this category concerning the prerogative of the Crown or the title. On page 786 and 787 of Bose and Gagnon, it addresses the point I want to make today. It says, as a general principle, the Speaker seeks to forestall debate on the floor of the House, which is simply a repetition of the debate in committee. Normally, the Speaker will not select a motion in amendment previously ruled out of order in committee, unless the reason for that ruling was the requirement for a royal recommendation or that the amendment moved in committee had proposed the deletion of an entire clause of the bill. Furthermore, the Speaker will normally select only those motions in amendment that could not have been presented in committee, and in such cases, members can send a written submission to the Speaker explaining why it was not possible to present these motions in committee.
I am listening to a point of order already.
Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, what the member is referring to is out of normal process. The member should have corresponded with the Speaker's office to express his concern, as opposed to trying to anticipate what a Speaker ruling might be. The Speaker's chair, from what I understand, is very close to making a ruling. To interject at this point in time is highly inappropriate. The member should have been in correspondence with the Speaker's office prior to doing what he is doing currently, and I would suggest to you not even to wait until there's a Speaker's ruling before he tries to anticipate what the Speaker is going to be saying.
I have another point of order. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just, in response to the member from Winnipeg North, I would just state that the intervention by the member from Calgary Forest Lawn is in anticipation of such ruling. I don't think it would be appropriate for an individual member to try to persuade a speaker in a private forum beforehand when a decision is about to be made. I think that might be inappropriate to try to do it that direction. I do think the member from Calgary Forest Lawn is laying out the points in advance of the speaker and the chair making the ruling on this important matter.
Yeah,
Madam Speaker.
Same point of order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Chair, just logically, I'm confused by the arguments for the member for Winnipeg North, because he's saying that the Speaker is, in his view, about to make a ruling, and therefore that the member should wait to hear the Speaker's ruling before making arguments that would be material to the Speaker's ruling. It seems to be quite logical that members would want to make arguments to the Speaker prior to the Speaker's ruling in order to inform the Speaker in his or her deliberations about what ruling he or she is going to make. The standing orders, I believe it's Standing Order 76, are also explicit about the fact that oral arguments may be part of the deliberations around which amendments are put forward. Standing Order 76 describes a procedure whereby members may write to the Speaker, but also where members may address or be called upon to address the Speaker with oral arguments. So this is, it's fairly rare that we're in the situation where this is necessary, but insofar as the situation is necessary, the procedure being followed by my colleague from Calgary Forest Lawn is clearly anticipated in the standing orders.
Also have the honourable member Northumberland Northumberland Peterborough South. Is it on this same point of order, or is it a different point of order? Because I know that the
It is a
different. Okay.
It's a different point of yeah.
Perfect. So based on past practice, and as the parliamentary secretary has mentioned, it is customary for the member of parliament who wishes to raise this issue, issues such as this one, to be in touch with the Speaker first before bringing it to the House. So I would just maybe let the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn finish up his, briefly finish up his point of order, and we will then go from there.
Madam Speaker, normally committees, as described at page 954 of Bosch and Gagnon, are responsible to review in detail and improve bills and existing legislation, and to monitor the activities of the machinery of government and its executive branch by conducting reviews of and inquiries into government programs and policies, reviews of past and planned expenditures, and reviews of non-judicial appointments. The committee ran out of time to review in detail, and since all of the amendments and sub-amendments could not be considered within the time allotted to the closure motion adopted by the committee, some proposals to improve the bill could not be considered. Therefore, the committee did not do its job, and a repeat of debate in committee does not apply here. It is unfortunate that the committee could not have concluded its work properly.
I'm sorry, I have another point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the rule is very clear. You're supposed to write the Speaker in advance, not rise on a point of order on the issue. I believe the member should not be allowed to continue with the point of order because he has not followed due process.
For Perth Wellington has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would just note to the member from Winnipeg North that you made a decision to allow the member from Calgary Forest Lawn to conclude his remarks. That was a decision that the chair made. And to see the member from Winnipeg North try to challenge the chair on that matter, I think is unfortunate.
Shameful.
I didn't indicate for the honourable member to conclude his report. I asked him to wrap it up, and so if he could wrap it up, as I indicated, the honourable parliamentary secretary is correct that the honourable member should have reached out to the should have been in touch with the speaker on this matter ahead of time, and once a decision is made, that's when the debate could, or the discussion could be put forward. So I would just ask the member to wrap it up in 2 minutes. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think it's material to the requirements here that the government made a last-minute change to the schedule with respect to the calling of Bill C-47. Members, I think, became aware of it for the first time in the Thursday question, which was very late in the day yesterday. So I understand that it is common for members to write to the Speaker in advance, and I think that's ideal, but it's ideal under circumstances in which members have sufficient time. As I'm going to raise in a question of privilege shortly, there was a mad scramble which limited the rights of members in terms of submitting amendments. So I think some degree of recognition of that fact is important in this case, in light of the fact that the government is trying to limit the ability of members to move amendments and make arguments by these last-minute changes to the schedule. So I hope that is part of the consideration as well.
Can I, the honourable member, could he just allow me to speak on this for a second? So the report was tabled on Wednesday, and as customary, the decision to move forward with the bill and to could be at any time. So the honourable members know that once a report is tabled, it can move forward at any time, and therefore I have heard enough of the arguments that are before the House right now. I would ask the honourable member to conclude, not to conclude, but to wrap it up in 2 minutes, and then we are going to be moving forward with the orders of the day. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll conclude in 2 minutes.
Point of order there, Madam Speaker.
For Northumberland, Peterborough South, as a point of order.
I certainly respect any ruling you might make, but I did have my hand up prior to you saying that we would go to orders of the day. After this, I would like my point of order heard before we go to...
Yes, I will be going to your point of order. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Madam Speaker, the problems first began when the Minister of Finance refused to appear for 2 hours. It is long-standing practice that ministers of the Crown appear at committees and answer basic questions about the business of government, especially when they're dropping a $60 billion fuel onto the inflationary fire that they started. I acknowledge there are several ministers who do appear regularly at committees. However, the Minister of Finance had refused 3 separate invitations to appear before her last-minute appearance on May 16, 2023. This is an important piece to this issue before the House today, as had she committed in writing to appear for 2 hours, the events that unfolded at the Standing Committee on Finance would not have happened. Madam Speaker, because of the Minister's refusal to appear, the normal business of the Finance Committee during its study of a budget bill were unable to occur, and instead a closure motion was adopted, leaving little opportunity for committee members to submit amendments to C-47. I now rise in this place to ask you to allow these amendments to continue forward as part of report stage on C-47, as I believe they are within the national interest and would enhance the legislation. To make clear the amendments I am referencing, the first one is report stage amendment reference 12475-209, which proposes to amend clause...
I'm going to cut the honourable member off there. Those are issues, those are arguments that need to be made, and the honourable member has not heard the decision yet, and so I will end this point of order here. I will take and enter advisement the information that he's already provided until such time as I render the decision, and then the honourable member will be able to speak to it if he wants, to comment on it if he wants, but to bypass the procedure and to argue on something that he either anticipates that is being put forward or not being put forward is not the proper process. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order before you to take your decision on how to group report stage motions on Bill C-47, the budget implementation number 1. Before I get to specifics of my request, let me say at the outset of my appeal to the chair how disappointing it is that the debate on the budget has been shut down at every stage of the legislative process so far. In their rush, the government has, perhaps inadvertently, limited the ability of the Finance Committee to properly consider amendments, which may impact your decision in determining how to group motions for the debate at report stage, which substantive motions will be allowed to stand. To remind the Chair, the budget tabled in the House on March 28th.
1 minute. I have a point of order on your point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this is highly irregular, and it defies a process that has been well established, not only with this government.
One moment, please. We've already started hearing what part of this is. We have not heard what the point of order is that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is saying. I will allow the Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan, a point of order once we hear the basic of this point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It has been a well-established process that needs to be followed in order to be able to do what it is that the Conservative Opposition Party is attempting to do. They have known, and we as a government have followed due process. We can go back to Wednesday, to the Thursday question. All this has been before the House. What is not appropriate is for opposition members to anticipate the type of ruling that you could be making, them breaking the process that has been a long procedure of this House, not only for this government, but the governments before it.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan wants on this point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was actually a point of order on the process for raising points of order during points of order, because when a member is raising a matter of order and explaining that matter of order, and this member has on multiple occasions interrupted a point of order, his point of order should not take precedence over an existing point of order on the floor. I think he has also failed to take note of the fact that the member for Northumberland Quinte West or something, his point of order is distinct from the point of order raised by the member for Calgary Forest Lawn. This is really testing me today. I think his point of order objection may have had some relationship to the previous point of order, but doesn't have any relationship to the point of order being raised currently.
So I haven't heard enough of the point of order from the Honourable Member for Northumberland Peterborough South to determine whether it is in order or not. So if we can allow him to please do that. It is different than the original point of order that was just raised the previous point of order. This is more about regrouping, but again, it seems to border on a decision that hasn't been rendered yet, but I will just double check that by allowing him to elaborate a little bit more on his point of order before I indicate whether or not I will allow him to go even further. The Honourable Member for Northumberland Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As always, I appreciate your patience on these matters. It's normal, of course, for a government to table a budget and then get to bump in the polls. But this budget is so unpopular with Canadians that the Liberals actually dropped in the polls after the Finance Minister tabled it in the House.
Say that some of what the Honourable Member is bringing up is debate. I would just ask him to get to his point of order without bringing debates into the matter. The Honourable Member for Northumberland Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will jump ahead in my remarks here in order to expedite things, given your continued patience. So I'll start here, and I promise, get to my point relatively quickly, Madam Speaker. This little bit of context is important and germane to my point. I'm just going through the facts here. On the 29th of May, beginning at 4:30, the chair was empowered by a programming motion to put every question necessary to dispose of the bill without further debate and then report the bill to the House. The chair interrupted the programming motion in such a way that the amendments could not be table dropped or moved from the floor. Instead, he ruled the only amendments that could properly be moved were to the ones provided to the clerk before May 19th, notably before testimony was supposed to be wrapped up. He also ruled that sub-amendments could not be moved because members would need the floor in order to move a sub-amendment, but refused to allow debate under the programming motion. These rulings by the member from Mississauga East Cooksville made the committee even more dysfunctional, but importantly, at the heart of...
I just want to remind the member that, the decisions that are made by the committee is not something that the Speaker can rule on. As mentioned on a number of occasions while I've been in here, other speakers have also indicated that we do not give to the committee rulings. They are their own entity and they make their own decisions. And so if there are matters about the report itself, those matters within the report are what can be debated. So at this point in time, I'm not satisfied with the additional information the honourable member is providing, given the fact that, and especially given the fact that there has not been a decision read out by and rendered by the Speaker. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I, of course, recognize the correctness of everything you've said, save for, well, not save for, but just I would add to that there is an exception to the standing orders in terms of the Speaker's power as they relate to what happens at committee. This is Standing Order 116 sub 2B, which says a violation of paragraph A of this section may be brought to the attention of the Speaker by any member, and the Speaker shall have the power to rule on the matter if, in the opinion of the Speaker, such violation has occurred. The Speaker may order that all subsequent proceedings in relation to said violation be nullified. I believe that may have been where the member was going. I'm not entirely sure, but certainly in my own view, there were things that occurred at the Finance Committee that were in violation of Standing Order 116 2 sub A that's referenced in Standing Order 116 2 sub B, and therefore I think those arguments can at least be made given this particular and admittedly very unique exception in the Standing Order that does allow matters from committee to be brought directly to the attention of the Speaker. Thank you.
And I have the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Leader on the point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, a point of order is when you would highlight a breach of the rules. What is clear is that this particular bill is properly before the House. You've already ruled that, Madam Speaker. I would suggest to you what the Conservatives are doing indirectly is something that they can't do directly, and that is to filibuster by using points of order to prevent matters from being debated inside the House. The government has followed the process. The opposition knows we have followed the process. The Speaker's chair has recognized that the bill is proper before the House.
The honourable member for Northumberland Peterborough South has also wants to weigh in on the point of order again.
Yeah, my point of order is a little bit different than what the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan was saying. But I look forward to hearing his comments with respect to that different. I was simply, and I was just literally stating the facts, which I believe in a point of order I'm not only allowed to, but I'm obligated to. And part of the facts that I'm describing are critical to the argument, because in order to introduce an amendment at report stage, it has to be established that they could not be reported or they could not be made at committee. And so I was simply litigating the facts as per my point of order, and just the facts, not debate, and relatively quick. I'll cite a couple of sections, and then I will yield the floor, Madam Speaker, if you would be so kind.
The honourable member is basing his arguments on what is anticipated and on the decision, and that has not happened yet. So that one there is not acceptable, and I would end this point of order here. But on the point of order from the,
I think Mr. James might have a question.
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan want to continue with his, want to proceed with his question of privilege?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay, the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to raise a question of privilege in relation to a number of issues respecting the process on Bill C-47 that I believe violate the privileges of members. I would identify at least what are, in my view, three distinct situations or areas where the privilege of members of Parliament was violated in the process of disposing of this bill. Let me begin with just a few relevant references to contextualize this. In its discussion of privilege, Bosque and Gagnon says at page 57 that, quote, referring to the powers possessed by the House to protect itself, its members and its procedures from undue interference so that it can effectively carry out its principal functions, which are to legislate, deliberate, and hold the government to account. In that sense, parliamentary privilege can be viewed as the independence of Parliament and its members' need to function unimpeded, end quote. If one of the pages could bring me some water, that would be most excellent. Continuing at page 59, we read, quote, the House has the authority to assert privilege where its ability has been obstructed in the execution of its functions or where members have been obstructed in the performance of their duties, end quote. And page 60, meanwhile, elaborates on the concept of contempt. Thank you very much. Saying, quote, any conduct which offends the authority or dignity of the House may, though even though no breach of any specific privilege may have been committed, is referred to as contempt of the House. Contempt may be an act or an omission. It does not here have to actually obstruct or impede the House or member. It merely has to have the tendency to produce such a result. End of quote. And then at page 81 of the third edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice states there are other affronts against.
Speaker, it is very clear, and to make it as crystal clear as possible for the member and members listening, the Speaker has made it clear that there has been a ruling made on this bill. It is properly gone through the process and it's in order, and the members opposite are using something through points of order in order for us to prevent.
So this is not a point of order, this is a point of privilege, and I will allow the honourable member to continue. The honourable member, Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With due respect to my friend from Winnipeg North, he's not even paying attention, clearly, because this is an issue of privilege that I've raised, and he is welcome to make arguments about it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, it's not a point of debate. This is a point of privilege, and I would ask the honourable member just to remind the honourable member that the points of privileges are to be explained. However, they also have to have the. There's a limited time. Well, limited time. As to how much information the Speaker requires, and so I would just ask the member to bring forward that information and to try to keep it as brief as possible. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's precisely what I intend to do. The member across the way is heckling. Well, what's the matter of privilege? Again, I invite him to listen, and I think he will appreciate the point. I do also want to identify, as I said earlier, that I think there are at least three separate ways in which the privileges of members were impacted by proceedings on Bill C-47, and I will be appropriately brief, but I do want to identify all three of those areas where I think there is an infringement of privilege. And the heckling continues, but I will continue in spite of it. Page 81 of the third edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice states there are other affronts against the dignity and authority of Parliament which may not fall within one of the specific defined privileges. Thus, the House also claims the right to punish as contempt any action which, though not a breach of a specific privilege, tends to obstruct or impede the House in the performance of its functions, obstruct or impede any member or officer of the House in the discharge of their duties, or is an offense against the authority or dignity of the House, its members, or its officers. So these are this is the general context. I also want to highlight Standing Order 116, which applies to the chair's ability and responsibility here in the House to deal with violations of the rights and privileges of members that occurred in committee in a very narrow and specific situation. Standing Order 116 says, in standing orders, standing special or legislative committees, the standing order shall apply so far as may be applicable, except the standing orders as to the election of speaker, seconding of motions, limiting the number of times of speaking and the length of speeches, and then sub 2, end of debate. Unless a time limit has been adopted by the committee or by the House, the chair of a standing special or legislative committee may not bring a debate to an end while there are members present who still wish to participate. A decision of the chair in this regard may not be subject to an appeal to the committee. And then B, a violation of paragraph A of this section may be brought to the attention of the Speaker by any member, and the Speaker shall have the power to rule on that matter. If, in the opinion of the Speaker, such violation has occurred, the Speaker may order that all subsequent proceedings in relation to said violation be nullified. Now, what occurred at the Standing Committee on Finance was precisely this, that members' ability to speak, they only was in a particular sense not explicitly limited, and yet the chair acted in a way that limited the ability of members to speak and move amendments. Now, I acknowledge that there will be some dispute on this point because the committee did adopt a programming motion of sorts. However, the chair took it upon himself to then make rulings that in fact went far beyond the particulars of the programming motion. That is, the chair did not confine himself to the programming motion. Instead, he made additional decisions which further limited the ability of members to speak and to bring forward points and or move sub-amendments. And this was a violation of Standing Order 116B that materially affected the privileges of members. 116.2a says, unless a time limit has been adopted by the committee or the House. And in this case, while a time limit was adopted, it did not prescribe the things that the chair said it prescribed, and thus in the process, the privileges of members, the ability of members to move sub-amendments and to speak was limited. The programming motion that was adopted by the committee said as follows, that the committee continue its pre-study of Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28th by A, inviting witnesses to appear on the contents of Bill C-47 during meetings scheduled the week of May 1st, May 8th, and May 15th, 2023, and that members of the committee submit their prioritized witness lists for the study of Bill C-47 to the clerk of the committee by no later than Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023 at 12 p.m., and that these lists be distributed to members of the committee as soon as possible. Moving to clause-by-clause review of Bill C-47, no later than Thursday, sub B. Moving to clause-by-clause review of Bill C-47, no later than Thursday, May 25th, 2023 at 11 a.m., provided the bill is referred to the committee on or before Thursday, May 18th, 2023, and that I, amendments be submitted to the clerk of the committee in both official languages no later than noon on Friday, May 19th, 2023, the clerk of the committee write immediately to each member who is not a member of a caucus represented on the committee and any independent members to inform them of the study of Bill C-47 by the committee and to invite them to prepare and submit any proposed amendments to Bill C-47 which they would suggest the committee consider during the clause-by-clause study of the bill. If the committee has not completed the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill by 4:30 p.m. on Monday, May 29th, 2023, all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved. The chair shall put the question forthwith and successively without further delay on all remaining clauses and proposed amendments, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of clause by consideration of the bill, as well as all questions necessary to report the bill to the House, and order to the chair to report the bill to the House as soon as possible. C. If Bill C-47 is referred to the committee by the House during the subject matter study of the bill, all witness testimony, evidence, and documentation received in public.
I have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I don't see the relevancy to the member rising on a matter of privilege when in fact there's already been a ruling in terms of the proper form and process of the legislation, and the member is just dictating something from a standing committee of the House with one purpose: to test your patience, Madam Speaker. That's what this is all about. The member is testing your patience in order to prevent you from being able to make a formal process begin with regards to the budget implementation bill. This is not a matter of privilege. The member could be a lot shorter and far more concise in terms of the privilege. So, Madam Speaker, I would ask that you look at what it is the official opposition is attempting to do.
Honourable Member Simcoe Gray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say, I think it's very important what's being said here. I had the opportunity to substitute into Finance Committee and see what happened that day, and it was extremely frustrating for democracy. But my point of order on this is I think it would go quicker if the member opposite would perhaps not rise so often. We could get through this important point of privilege.
Yeah. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South has a point of order as well.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief here, Madam Speaker. Having been at the Finance Committee when the violation of a privilege happened, this is totally separate and distinct, as I mentioned earlier in my point of order, from the point of order with respect to the allowance of amendments at report stage. Points of privilege are, of course, incredibly critical to the functioning of this House, because if in fact the rules are and the privileges are violated, it is incredibly challenging for the system, for this Parliament to continue. So I would ask, I do not believe he's taking a unreasonable amount of time, and the member from Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park, is simply laying down the appropriate citations, which any good lawyer would do in the court, and certainly a parliamentarian would do here. So, thank you.
So I just want to remind members, this is a question of privilege, and on questions of privileges, the parliamentarian who is raising the point of privilege should be brief and concise and not go into the motions and a lot of the discussion that have happened or the goings-on that have happened at committee. So I would just say if the honourable member could be brief, concise about where his privilege was breached, that would entail my ability to better review the information and then see if further debate needs to be done on that, and the decision then could be rendered. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the Parliamentary Secretary doesn't like hearing questions of privilege raised, my suggestion would be that the government not violate the privileges of members, and then there'll be less of a need for questions of privilege to be raised in this House.
At point of privilege, I would just ask the honourable member to go directly to his point of privilege and to be brief and concise.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will. The point that I was making, and the reason why I think taking note of the motion of the Finance Committee is important, is because Standing Order 116 says in 2A, unless a time limit has been adopted by the committee or the House. And the committee did adopt a motion which did prescribe time limits. However, that motion did not limit time limits. It did not establish time limits in the way that the chair was applying them. So I have read most of the motion from the Finance Committee that I think establishes the point, which is that after 4:30 p.m. on Monday, May 29th, yes, it was agreed that the questions would be put. It was also agreed that amendments were to be submitted to the committee by Friday, May 19th. However, and it would be clear if I had read all of it, but it should be clear enough, and members can take my word for it if they wish, that the motion before the Finance Committee made no mention of the exclusion of sub-amendments. It is well-established procedure, and it's in the standing orders, it's in the rules, that members may move sub-amendments to amendments once they're on the floor. I did not propose to speak to the sub-amendments, but I did on multiple occasions seek the opportunity to move sub-amendments at committee. And these...
And I have another point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, even with your guidance, you told them, requested the member to be concise and brief and to the point. I've listened, as you have, in the last minute, and I have no idea no idea at all in what it is the member is making his case for an actual privilege, Madam Speaker. He is filibustering.
The honourable member of Sherwood Park,
process.
Saskatchewan. It's not a point of debate at this point. Let me hear, and I do want to allow the honourable member to provide his breach of privilege, and I would ask him to go directly to that breach of privilege. As I've indicated, it's not just about me. I mean, there are many rulings that I have in my hands when it comes to breaches of questions of privilege, and all of the speakers have indicated that it needs to be brief, concise, and to the point. And I would just ask the honourable member to get to his point of privilege. Point of order, the honourable member for Wellington.
Quorum has been lost.
Do we have quorum? Just a minute, I'll double check if we have quorum. For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary has a point of order.
Yes,
then?
Madam Speaker, I don't know if it's appropriate for another member to instruct one of his caucus colleagues to leave the chamber, to exit the chamber, in order to hold back.
Yeah, these are become points of. Yeah. On the point of order, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have important points to raise. I think it's evident from the sound of my voice that I have a sore throat. So the fact that I asked the member of Edmonton Manning to come over here and then I request that he get me a glass of water, as he has just graciously done, has the fact that this is being used by the member for Winnipeg North, frankly, is grossly unfair. I'm trying to execute my responsibilities in spite of the state of my voice, and I'm trying to do my job as a member.
These are becoming points of debate, and so I will hear this point of privilege. If the honourable parliamentary secretary has a point of privilege, I will hear it after. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Again, I would ask him to get to his point of privilege now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I welcome members who have returned. The programming motion did not mention an exclusion of sub-amendments. And I, as a member of Parliament, believe that it's consistent with my privileges to be able to propose sub-amendments at the committee stage, and that the right to move sub-amendments flows from the privilege in terms of what's referenced in Standing Order 116, namely that the standing orders shall apply insofar as they are applicable. That's Standing Order 116 sub 1. So this is the first violation of privilege, namely that Standing Order 116 sub 1, which prescribes the right of members as being applicable from the House in committee, were not applied in the process of the determinations made at committee, and that the chair made a ruling to not allow those sub-amendments that in fact was not mentioned in the motion. Having read and reviewed the motion in detail, it makes no mention of whether or not sub-amendments could be moved. In another respect, Madam Speaker, we saw a violation of privilege in terms of the member's right to speak around the ability of members to raise points of order. Although the ability to raise points of order are distinct from points of debate, a member's ability to raise points of order, to identify violations of order that have occurred at committee, can be reasonably seen to flow from the provisions established in 116(2)(a), which says that the chair may not limit the ability of members' right to speak, and that violations of such a right may be brought to the attention of the speaker. This was also a matter that was violated. Further, we saw a violation of privilege in terms of the rights of members to vote. It's well established the sacredness of the rights of members to vote, and every time members have faced impediments in terms of their ability to vote, every time members have been blocked in their ability to vote, and we've seen various instances which they have been raised, including such things that are on their face trivial, such as limits to transportation, that have obstructed the ability of members to get to the House. The House has ruled in favor of members in terms of the importance to their privilege, of their right to vote. And what we saw happen at committee, we saw it happen at approximately 3:15 on Tuesday during considerations of the budget bill. What we saw.
Sorry, I have another point of order. The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Have a quorum call again, please.
I'll double check on quorum. We have quorum. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan is on the right track with his being succinct with his point of orders. I will ask him to finish up. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Point of order. Point of order.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure who's asking for the point of order, but yeah.
Sorry, my fault. It's my video.
Yeah. So the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, on the point of order.
I believe that the parliamentary secretary for finance was in the House without a jacket on, which I don't believe is
the only. Yeah, I'm not entertaining such points of order. I mean, the only thing that requirement is to have the jacket and the tie when they're speaking. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Point of order. Point of order.
Point of order. The honourable the honourable member for Peterborough South on the point of order again.
I believe that that men are required to have a jacket at any time in the House, and that there are certain wardrobe requirements. And I don't believe a T-shirt. I think it borders on disrespectful to the House.
C'est quelqu'un qui est en ligne, c'est ça? I haven't noticed the honourable member, but I will certainly look into it. As far as I'm aware, unless they have, I'd have to double check, but as far as I'm aware, unless they have, they want to speak, is where the clothing mandate comes in. But un autre point d'ordre, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Point of order. I was at the Finance Committee, and what my colleague is debating is one that passed unanimously. That's not a point of order. The filibustering, and we need to debate C-47. What the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is trying to put forward is
on the point of privilege, and I would just ask that she can do that as soon as he finishes up his point of privilege. The honourable member was on the right track to get his point of privilege through, so if we can be patient. I think he was at number 4. Number 3 or number 4, because he had already done number 2. So I would just ask the honourable member to state his points of privileges. He's already indicated, I think it was, yeah, we were on number 3. So the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to clarify, I was conceptually grouping the violations of privilege that had happened at committee. Although I think there were a number of violations of privilege that happened at committee. The second issue is that, and this was raised as a question of privilege at committee, it does touch on 116(2) sub B, and that is the right of members to be able to vote. So it's the right of members to be able to raise sub-amendments that was limited, which is a matter of privilege of members. It was the right of members as well to be able to vote at committee. Now, what happened, and I remember the time because the points of order were in relation to the Finance Committee continuing to sit during question period. So this was at 3:15 on Tuesday that members were trying to raise points of order with respect to the fact that this was Finance Committee was continuing during question period. And while members were raising those points of order, the chair, in spite of that, proceeded with repeated, with pushing through to have votes take place, which a number of members were not able to participate in. This was raised at the time as a violation of the privileges of members, and it has obviously materially impacted the bill that is before the House. So this is also an issue of privilege. The rights of members to vote on something as critical as the Budget Implementation Act was limited by the process that unfolded at committee, and this is a matter, Madam Speaker, that should be of grave concern to all members. And I will just say as well that the sub-amendments that were raised were substantive, that we wish to raise were substantive, and were in fact submitted to the clerk in advance. Admittedly, they weren't submitted in time for the deadline for the submission of amendments, which was Friday, May 19th of 2023. However, they were submitted in advance of the consideration of those amendments, and it would be impossible to submit sub-amendments to amendments unless those amendments had already been seen. So there would be no way to submit sub-amendments and get those sub-amendments in time for the amendment deadline, because members obviously have to be able to see the amendments in order to be able to then move the sub-amendments. But there were a limited number of sub-amendments that were emailed to the clerk. I think many of them were emailed in both official languages, and the clerk had them. They could have been moved. They should have been moved, and it would have been a matter of privilege for members to be able to move those sub-amendments. They were prevented from doing so by a ruling of the chair. That ruling was challenged, but a majority of the committee did not choose to uphold the privileges of members. And it is in those circumstances the right to move sub-amendments and the right to be able to vote that I've raised this question of privilege in the House. Now, there's one very distinct issue of privilege as well that it's important to raise because it deals with what happened after the committee. That is with the process for being able to move report stage amendments, the process for being able to bring those report stage amendments to the House. Now, there are various services that are available to members in the drafting of amendments, the drafting of sub-amendments, the drafting of report stage amendments. And these services are particularly important for members of the opposition, because the reality is members of the government, when it comes to drafting amendments, sub-amendments, report stage amendments, they have resources available to them that are associated with being in government that members of opposition do not have associated available to them. So it's important for members of the opposition especially to be able to access those resources, and to access those resources in a timely way that corresponds to the calendar of being able to bring these issues before the House. The right of members to be able to do that in a timely fashion depends on the ability of members to receive support from the House in order to be able to bring those things forward. I became aware yesterday afternoon of a last-minute change in the schedule, and this was in response to the Thursday question moved by the Associate Minister for Finance when he told the House, the Thursday question is Thursday after question period, he told the House that Bill C-47 would be brought forward to debate, he said, tomorrow, which is today, which is on Friday. And at the time, I immediately then sent my draft, some of the sub-amendments that I had wanted to move at committee that I'd like to move at report stage. My view being that given that they could not be moved in committee as a result of the ruling of the chair that sub-amendments could not be moved, that they could then be moved in the House as report stage amendments. So I sought the assistance of the appropriate legislative staff in preparing those sub-amendments, and I immediately sent those in following the Thursday question, at which point we were provided information saying where we thought we would have a little bit more time. Immediately this was required.
More of a point of debate on some of that. So the points of privilege that the other member was raising, I would just say that I've basically heard enough to come back to the chair with a decision, and I would ask him to wrap it up in 30 seconds. Good? Yeah.
Madam Chair, I think I just want to be able to finish this third point, and it's the final point, and I will wrap it up as quickly as I can. The issue is I sent 6 distinct sub-amendments to the House of Commons drafting service, and I asked that these be generated as report stage amendments, which was a request that I sent in as soon as I was able to, following the announcement of the change in the timeline. At that point, I expected to be able to receive that information back from our legislative staff at least by 6 p.m. so that I could put them on notice by the deadline, by 6 p.m., so that we could get the report stage amendments in, and then at that point, the House, they would be on notice so that they could be moved. And I did, in fact, send a letter to the Speaker making my argument. So I did all of the things that I could within the very tight timeline that I had. However, of those 6 sub-amendments that were submitted to legislative staff, I only got one of them back. So my request for drafting was only honored in 1 out of 6 cases. And I want to be very clear that I'm not criticizing the staff. The staff here work very hard. They do their best within very tight parameters. But it's a question of how many staff were available. It's a question of the resourcing that was available. And I think these do raise questions of privilege for members who should be entitled to move those report stage amendments. I wanted to move those report stage amendments.
I do appreciate the additional information that the honourable member for Sherwood Park has provided. I feel that I have enough information, and I will get back to the House as soon as possible. I have a point of order. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually wanted to just contribute some facts to the discussion of these questions of privilege that the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan has raised.
I will go to the point of order then first. I thought that that was the honourable member. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mine is on the same point. Please give the member...
is yours a point of order or on the point of privilege?
Mine is on the point of privilege.
Okay. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just, as a member of the Committee of Finance and somebody who was there during the times where the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, alleges there were violations of privilege that went on, I just wanted to provide a couple reflections for you, and I think some important facts for you to consider as you deliberate on these questions.
Okay. I got a feeling that this will take a little bit of time, so I would just ask the honourable member if he can come, that I will bring this back then right after question period, because this is where we are at right now. We are at statements by members given the time frame, so we will have to come back to this after.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Statements by members, déclaration de député, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's been an interesting process listening for the last hour of the destructive force that we have in the House of Commons in Canada. The Conservative Party, Madam Speaker, goes out of its way to please its far-right extreme members, Madam Speaker. And they spare no cost as this government focuses on Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, being focused in terms of helping Canadians in every region of this country by introducing important legislation, including budget legislation, Madam Speaker. What is the response we get from the Conservative Party of Canada? Filibuster, going out of its way to prevent Canadians from getting the benefits that they need at a time in which there are a variety of issues that are of concern to Canadians, Madam Speaker. I find it shameful and disgusting how the Conservative Party continues to play that destructive force on the floor of the House of Commons, Madam Speaker. I would suggest that they go to their constituents, listen to what their constituents are saying, and come back to the House and behave more like an opposition party, Madam Speaker. Be more creative.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Madam Speaker, a great Canadian has died at age 100. George MacDonell survived the Battle of Hong Kong. 2,000 Canadians fought bravely to defend Hong Kongers, including my father and his family. Half of them were casualties. The survivors were taken prisoner of war. By war's end, George had dropped to 110 pounds. He was 6'4". But that's just the beginning of his remarkable story. After liberation as a prisoner of war and spending half a year recovering, George completed his high school and university and eventually became vice president and group executive of Canadian General Electric. Later, he was appointed by Premier Davis as Deputy Minister of Industry, Trade and Technology. George MacDonell was truly a member of the greatest generation. He fought for freedom and democracy and came home to build post-war Canada. We will remember him.
The honourable member for Preston, Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
This week has been an unprecedented challenge for Nova Scotians. Our thoughts are with those affected with the ongoing forest fires, the largest and most extensive in our province. I wish to send a special thanks, of course, to our firefighters, first responders and volunteers for their efforts during this difficult time. As our country and our government continues to adapt and prepare ourselves against the realities of climate change, all Canadians will need to stand united and meet these challenges together. Near my riding of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, we are closely monitoring the ongoing fires in Tantallon, Bedford, and Hammonds Plain area. Evacuations and comfort centres are in place to meet the needs of the people on the ground. I want to reassure all Nova Scotians that the federal government is in regular contact with our provincial counterparts. We have deployed CAF members to assist with the wildfires response, in addition to support provided by the Coast Guard, Health Canada, and Transport Canada. We will get through this. Nova Scotia strong!
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Before colonialism, First Nations and Inuit had laws. Through the process of genocidal and colonial aggression, Indigenous laws were almost lost. I am proud to stand here and confirm that Indigenous laws still exist. For Inuit, laws are categorized into 3 areas: Tiriutusit, Pikuyait, and Maligait. These laws govern behaviors, relationships, and respect for the wildlife and environment. I encourage Indigenous peoples to use your Indigenous laws. There are many opportunities, like in treaty implementation, land protection, relationships with families, communities, and yes, with governments. The elders who possess the knowledge of these laws are passing too quickly. We must revitalize these Indigenous laws now.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like today to highlight the tireless work of firefighters, first responders, and those who protect our Canadians. In Quebec, evacuations are happening right now in Sept-Îles, but fires are also affecting British Columbia, Alberta, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and the Northwest Territories, Manitoba, Ontario, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. Forest fires have serious effects on people's day-to-day and communities' lives. We must take climate change seriously. Our government will be there, as always, to support all Canadians and in order to better prepare them for future disasters. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Madam Speaker, Canada's Language and Cultural Advisors, or LCAs, are Canadian citizens of Afghan origin, immigrants who went back to serve their adopted country. So every LCA has family members in Afghanistan. Our government's criteria for admitting these family members to Canada are arbitrary and they are stingy. Here is how these rules affect one LCA from my riding. In 2021, his brother-in-law was murdered by the Taliban, so the rest of the family fled for their lives across the border. And now, if Pakistan follows through on its threat to deport Afghans, they too will be killed. But because these events happened before July 2021, the family does not qualify to come here. When my constituent asked to meet with the minister, he was told to go through my office. He did so, and after a 2-week delay, my staff were told the minister was just too busy to meet with him. And we were directed to a website reaffirming that the family does not qualify. Surely, Madam Speaker, trapping Canadian citizens in this kind of catch-22 is beneath the dignity of this nation.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Madam Speaker, I'm I'm excited to tell the House about a true success story in my riding and an example of what can happen when environmental organizations, community groups, and government work together towards solutions for conservation and biodiversity. On the DND Carling campus, we have restored urban wetlands that just a few years ago had almost completely dried up because of water diversion and pollution. Today, dozens of new species have returned to the area. These wetlands are also, they act as water storage, which has helped to prevent flooding in the neighboring communities. And wetlands store carbon, which is a natural climate solution. With the leadership of Kate McNeil and Donna Dubray at the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre and the advocacy and active participation of residents in the surrounding communities of Crystal Beach, Lakeview, and Belltown, they worked closely with the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority, PSPC, and the NCC to make this project a success. Congratulations to everyone involved. Thank you.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honour the life of my friend, colleague, and constituent, Ian Gordon McBride. Ian was a resident of my riding in Thorncliffe Park, an active member of the United Church of Canada. And sadly, Ian died very recently, far too soon after his well-deserved retirement began. Ian worked tirelessly as Executive Director of the Anglican United Refugee Alliance, or ORA. In his time at ORA, he made an enormous difference in the lives of thousands of newcomers and Canadians, promoting and facilitating private sponsorships of hundreds of refugees across Canada. He put his heart, his soul, and his body into this work. His compassion and leadership made Canada a more welcoming and a better country. Ian was an inspiration to me, not only when I was clergy seeking his assistance, but also as a parliamentarian when he sought mine. I miss his wise counsel, his company. Ian fought the good fight, he finished the race, and he kept the faith. May he rest in peace.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lake Rocks.
Speaker, June is National Indigenous History Month, a time to recognize the rich cultures, heritage, traditions, resilience, and diversity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. As we come together to learn and celebrate, we must not forget the underlying social, economic, cultural, institutional, and historical causes that have contributed to the violence and vulnerability against Indigenous women and girls. We must remember and reflect on the terrible tragedies of the residential school system, 60 Scoop, and other colonial policies, and the legacy they left behind. It is the responsibility of every Canadian to work toward reconciliation and, in doing so, move closer to a better and more equitable future. I'm thankful for the people who have shared with me their stories, and I'm honored to work beside them to ensure the mistakes of the past aren't made again. I hope all honourable members in this place will join with me to build a stronger country where Indigenous people are treated equally and fairly.
The honourable member for Canada, Carleton.
Madam Speaker, this week I visited CANSEC, Canada's largest defence and security trade show, and what a show it was. From wearable exoskeletons to a new generation of light armoured vehicles to the technology that will take the first Canadian to the moon. What a show. I was blown away. As I toured the floor of the show, innovations in the air, land, and sea, and even space were on full display. It was fabulous to see so many familiar faces from Canada's defence and security industry as they employ thousands in my riding of Canada Carleton. Companies like Collins Aerospace, Calian, Leonardo DRS, and MDA, all of whom are at the forefront of their fields. Their work is not only part of Canada's growing defence ecosystem, but it's also ensuring the men and women of our Canadian Armed Forces are equipped with the cutting-edge technology that they need to keep us safe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Madam Speaker, on Monday, on a road northwest of Woodstock, a tragic traffic collision claimed the lives of Detective Constable Stephen Turgeneau of the Perth County OPP and local school bus driver David James Stewart. Stephen Turgeneau was a husband and a father of 3. He dedicated his life to keeping our community safe. He had a bright future, both serving the people of our community and with his family, who he loved dearly. He was only 35 years old. Dave Stewart was a 71-year-old family man who, in his retirement, chose to spend his time getting children safely to and from school. His unexpected death is a loss to his family the community, and the school kids who appreciated him so dearly. Our entire region is mourning the loss of two admirable gentlemen who served their communities in different but very important ways. Our hearts go out to their families and their loved ones. We will remember the lives they lived and the good they did for the people they loved and the communities they cared about. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Speaker, I stand in this House today to add my name to those residents in Fort Erie and Port Colborne who are shocked and disappointed by the decision of the Niagara Health System to reduce the operating hours of the urgent care centres in both communities. What makes this decision so disappointing and frustrating is the fact that nearly 8,000 residents in Fort Erie alone are without a family doctor. When speaking with Niagara Health, they say this is an issue not about money, rather it's a lack of certified nurses and doctors needed to help staff these sites. Speaker, Conservatives have been proposing a solution to help fix these healthcare staff shortages. It's called the Blue Seal Certification Program. Implementing a national certification testing standard such as this would mean foreign-trained health professionals would get a chance to take a test, receive an answer, and a certification within 60 days. This would go a long way to help solve the staffing shortages now plaguing Niagara Health, and it would deliver improved health care services that Fort Erie and Port Colborne residents rightly deserve.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Madam Speaker, today is the inaugural National Day Against Gun Violence. For far too many in our country, gun violence is a deeply personal tragedy that has claimed loved ones, shattered dreams, and robbed our sense of security. Many will recall the Dancing Street shooting in the summer of 2012 in my riding of Scarborough Rouge Park. A gunman fired into a crowded block party, killing 2 young men and wounding 22 others. Even with the passage of time, the pain and loss linger. Let us honor the memories of victims and support the survivors by wearing white, the color of peace, and raising awareness around gun violence. As a government, we're taking decisive action to address gun violence through Bill C-21. Today, I call upon the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate to stop obstructing the passage of this bill. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Toronto Raptors for their collaboration and advocacy in making this day a reality.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Madam Speaker, Raymond Salgado from my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith received a standing ovation from the judges after his first performance on Season 2 of Canada's Got Talent and continued to amaze the judges in all of Canada with every performance. Without surprise, Salgado continued on all the way to the finals. It is not hard to see how Canada fell in love with Raymond Salgado so quickly with his incredibly powerful voice and the undeniable way he lights up a stage. At 24 years of age, Raymond's career is just getting started. Be sure to see Raymond Salgado perform at Nanaimo's Silly Boat Regatta and to keep following his work with new original music on the way. Raymond is not new to creating beautiful music. One such song, titled Runaway, Raymond created at just 17 years of age, inspired by his experience of coming out as gay. Raymond shared that he wanted his music to help others in the 2SL LGBTQIA+ community who may be struggling. As we celebrate Pride this month, I want to acknowledge incredible people like Raymond Salgado. We are proud of you.
L'honorable député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to highlight the recent inauguration of the new space at the Maison des Soins Palliatifs Cercan in Saint-Eustache in my riding. Since the expansion work was completed, 12 large, private, calm and warm rooms are now available free of charge to people at the end of their lives. Since 2005, over 1,000 people at the end of life have been cared for at Maison Cercan. In addition to the palliative care home, Cercan offers accompaniment and support following a cancer diagnosis or the loss of a loved one. Every year, hundreds of medical transports are provided by dedicated volunteers to people diagnosed with cancer. As a not-for-profit organisation funded only 50% by the government, Cercan could not function without its volunteers and donations from the community. Madam Speaker, if a society is to be judged by the way in which it treats its elderly, then I stand before you, Madam Speaker, with a heart full of hope and full of pride. Congratulations to Cercan.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The people in my community are hurting and cannot afford more liberal taxes. But demonstrating just how out of touch this government really is, they're making life even more expensive by implementing a second carbon tax during a cost of living crisis of all things. The second carbon tax will add 20 cents a litre on a litre of gasoline on top of the already 40 cents from the first carbon tax. Who can afford a 60-cent a litre increase? The Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed that both carbon taxes will have an annual net cost of up to $4,000 per family. Luckily for Canadians, Conservatives have put forward a motion calling on the government to immediately cancel their second carbon tax. So Canadians who are watching, if you agree, please call and email every MP in the Liberal NDP coalition before Monday's vote, demanding that they support the motion to cancel the second carbon tax.
Yeah. The honourable member for Halifax.
Madam Speaker, the devastation wrought by wildfires in the surrounding Halifax area is absolutely heartbreaking, and Nova Scotians that have had to flee their homes are still reeling. But despite this toll the latest tragedy is having on our province, we continue to be there for one another. And so we thank the professional and volunteer firefighters who have battled blazes for days on end. So much has been lost, but so much more, including lives, has been saved because of their courage. We also thank the emergency responders, including the Canadian Coast Guard, the Canadian Armed Forces, those working in comfort centres, mental health counsellors, those in the charitable sector who have once again stepped forward to help, and the many local businesses that have done their part too. Neighbours helping neighbours. My message to Nova Scotians who are hurting is this: for as long as it takes, the federal government will be there to support you and help you. After all, that's the Nova Scotian way. There for one another, through the hard times and through the rebuilding, the way it's always been.
Good job. Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
David Johnston is in a clear conflict of interest. He was a member of the Trudeau Foundation and he's a friend of the Prime Minister's. He released a report meant to whitewash Beijing's influence with the Liberal government and Beijing's interference in our elections. But this whitewash is what he was always going to do, wasn't it? After all, he's there as a special advisor exclusively for the Prime Minister. Canadians have rejected Johnston's cover-up, and they want the facts from this Prime Minister. Will he call a public inquiry today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities.
Madam Speaker, while foreign state actors are trying to undermine our democracy, the members of the Conservative Party are actually assisting when they stand there and spread and take personal attacks about those who are serving our country to bring forward reports on how we can move forward with better measures to improve our democratic institutions. A member opposite talked about facts. If they care about facts, Madam Speaker, their leaders should get the briefing and learn the facts about the foreign interference in this country.
I want to remind members that when someone has the floor, nobody else has should be speaking. I think that we have to afford that respect. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
The Parliamentary Secretary wants facts. Here's a fact. A majority of members of this House, representing a majority of Canadians, voted to have a public inquiry and to fire David Johnston. But this Prime Minister continues to ignore that in favor of his cover-up man, his ski buddy, his friend, his Beijing-funded Trudeau Foundation board members. Canadians saw straight through this sham, and they want information, and that's why this House voted for a public inquiry. The Prime Minister might not like it, but that's what this House called for. Will he call one today?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Canadians can see when it comes to matters of national security, the Conservatives are just not fit to lead. They are immature when it comes to these matters. Rather than talking about the actual measures and recommendations in the Right Honourable David Johnston's report, instead, if you listen to that member's question, it was nothing but personal political attacks, Madam Speaker. It was not not about the interests in Canadians and protecting our democratic institutions. It's about partisan games for the Conservatives. On this side of the House, we're going to focus on protecting Canadian democracy.
Hear, hear.
For Perth Wellington.
Madam Speaker, if the parliamentary secretary wants to protect Canadian democracy, she would have her Prime Minister call a full public independent inquiry. That is what this House has twice voted to do. The special rapporteur declined to do so, saying that he doesn't work for Parliament. He's not accountable to Parliament. He works only for the Prime Minister. Everyone agrees we need a public inquiry, except for those who work for the Liberal government or work for the Trudeau Foundation. Canadians want a public inquiry. This House has twice voted for one. Will the Liberals do the right thing and call a full public inquiry?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, how could we take lessons from the party opposite when they won't even take the basic minimum national security briefing on this very matter? Madam Speaker, the Conservatives would rather operate under a veil of ignorance. We expect all members of this House to come forward. Opposition parties may criticize our government, but Canadians expect them to at least do so with information and the facts. While Conservatives ignore to take briefings on national security, we can't take them very seriously.
Still hearing a hum. I'm not sure if those individuals are having conversations. If they are, they might want to take them out instead, because we want to hear what the speakers have to say when they are being recognized, whether individuals like it or not.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. You know what the Prime Minister and the Special Rapporteur have in common? Many things. The Trudeau Foundation, old friendship, a ski chalet, and especially a disdain for the House of Commons. Prime Minister Trudeau and David Johnston are causing harm to the credibility of our democratic institution. Will the Prime Minister put national security first and fire the Special Rapporteur? The Honourable Member knows very well that he cannot name the Prime Minister by name, and so I think he should check his questions before he asks them. The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, the recommendations in Mr. Johnson's report may not be popular, but they are their recommendations that are courageous. Why? Because when we're elected to the House of Commons, Madam Speaker, we have a responsibility to treat national security information seriously, to ensure the safety of people who collect that information, to ensure that we work with our allies who trust us with secret information. So the responsible thing to do for people on the opposition side is to go and get their national security briefing and to come back here and discuss things that are fact-based. The Honourable Member. I saw the facts, Madam Speaker. David Johnston is a former Governor General. He did very well in that role, but we know full well that the Parliament and the House of Commons is the House of the people. There is nothing honourable when a former Governor General becomes the puppet of the Prime Minister to protect him from a public inquiry that has now been called for twice by a majority of parliamentarians in this chamber. The Prime Minister put David Johnson in this position himself. When will he dismiss him? The Honourable Minister of Sport. Madam Speaker, Mr. Johnston was, honourable and reliable and credible to be appointed by the Harper government to be Governor General and by the Mulroney government to conduct inquiries. So all of a sudden, because the conclusions of David Johnston don't suit the Conservatives, someone who has spent his life serving Canadians is being denounced by the opposition, and that is irresponsible. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lemitis-Matane-Matapétia. Madam Speaker, the forest fires have caused a state of emergency in Sept-Îles where 10,000 people have been evacuated and 1,000 people have been evacuated from Chapet. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is offering its full support and solidarity to these people and these communities. Today, these people need to know that all governments are with them to help them weather this crisis. Does the federal government pledge to support, by all means, the efforts of Quebec and local authorities to fight these raging forest fires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. Indeed, we are collaborating fully with the province of Quebec. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Sept-Îles and other people who are for whom the fire is threatening, and there are 20 fires raging out of control in Quebec right now, and we are still waiting for an official request from the province for support, but we know that Quebec has an excellent intervention team to come to the assistance of its citizens. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, foreign interference. That is the essence, but the problem is what China has done and how Mr. Johnson is preventing us from dealing with it. Because under his report, the Chinese-run police stations won't be investigated. Neither will the intimidation of the Chinese diaspora or the threats against elected officials. It's probably it's better to shed light on something than to keep it in the dark. So let's shed light on these matters and call for an independent public inquiry. The Honourable Minister of Sport. Madam Speaker, when I see the leader of the Bloc Québécois adopting the exact same position as the leader of the Conservatives, that is to prefer willful blindness instead of getting his security clearance and repeating and receiving a briefing that would allow to shed light on these matters, all I can think of is that the Bloc Québécois is a pale blue copy of the Conservatives now.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Madam Speaker, across Canada, forest fires are burning. This may be the worst season yet. In my riding, there is a forest fire near Sayward Village. I want to thank all the firefighters who have stepped up across our region to help, and to Mayor Baker for sharing updates with me. The leadership in the community is working hard to keep everyone safe. Climate change is impacting small communities in particular. With their limited resources and funds, the challenges will only grow. How will this government support small communities as climate change creates these new realities?
Hear, hear.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du Premier ministre.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague as well for her question. We know that climate change has a direct impact on Canadians, and with the forest fires, the government is monitoring all forest fires in Canada during this summer season, and we're working closely with our provincial and territorial counterparts to ensure that they have all the support and tools they need. We even have called in Australia and the United States, and so I'd like to assure them of our full collaboration so that we can weather this crisis. Thank you.
For Windsor West.
When Canada had an auto policy, being the Auto Pact, we were number 2 in the world in manufacturing, the hub of investment, research, and development. When the Conservatives and Liberals signed NAFTA, they allowed us to get bullied by Japan and the WTO, and without a fight, we gave up our best trade agreement in history. The result is we have dropped to 15th in the world behind Indonesia, now tied with the Czech Republic and Slovakia for auto assembly. The Windsor Stellantis future and investment has played out in all the media as the Deputy PM and Premier negotiate in the headlines. Will this government show real leadership, ditch the drama public headline approach, sign a deal with Stellantis, and bring in a real auto policy that doesn't embarrass us and puts workers first?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank my colleague for his advocacy for the automobile industry in Canada and his hard work on the Industry Committee to do the same. He knows very well that our auto industry is crucial to the Canadian economy and the hundreds of thousands of Canadians that work in that sector. That's why the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry worked tirelessly to...
Point of order, it seems like there's no interpretation. C'est bien ça? Is it working? It working now? Okay. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, if you can restart.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend and colleague from the Industry Committee for his advocacy for the Canadian automobile industry and his good work on the committee. He knows that the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry has worked tirelessly to secure a future for Canada's auto industry. We continue to negotiate in good faith with our partners. That includes Stellantis and the Government of Ontario. And through it all, our top priority is going to be getting the best possible deal for Canadians.
Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister's National Security Advisor testified that her office and 3 deputy ministers received a memo warning that a sitting member of Parliament and his family were being targeted by Beijing. a memo that went into a black hole, but according to her, no one is responsible. It's the Prime Minister's job to run the machinery of government, and he has special responsibilities when it comes to national security. So will he finally step up and accept responsibility for this colossal failure under his watch?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities.
Madam Speaker, we will never tolerate foreign state actors attempting to intimidate, whether it's members of this House, members of diaspora communities, or any Canadians. We take this matter extremely seriously. David Johnson's report has indicated areas that need improvement in policy and communication. We take that work extremely seriously. The Prime Minister, prior to the release of the report, said we would implement those recommendations. We're looking at that very closely. The Minister of Public Safety is going to make sure that gaps like that are closed.
Hear, hear. St. Albert, Edmonton.
Here. Madam Speaker, consistent with the Prime Minister not taking responsibility, one of his ministers claims that he isn't responsible for not reviewing a memo sent to his attention warning that the member for Wellington Halton Hills was being targeted by Beijing. He blames CSIS instead. Cover up, denial, and blame. The Liberal story just doesn't add up. Why do these Liberals expect all of the power and none of the responsibility?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the issue of foreign interference is extremely seriously. It's not new, and it's certainly not unique to Canada, but it is precisely why from 2015 we implemented a number of measures to deal with the attempted foreign interference in our democracy. We will never accept it. We are going to continue to strengthen our democratic institutions as well as our national security community to ensure information is properly shared with those who need it. Madam Speaker, while the Conservatives do nothing and just play politics, we take this seriously.
Vermont Dundas, South Glengarry.
If the Liberals' first carbon tax wasn't driving up gas and grocery bills enough, they've now decided that Canadians need a second carbon tax on the price of fuel. The independent parliamentary budget officer laid out these new tax hikes clearly. 41 cents a litre with the first carbon tax, and now the second carbon tax is going to add an additional 17 cents a litre. And then, of course, they're going to tax the tax by putting GST on their carbon tax. 61 cents a litre in new taxes. When will the Liberals and NDP just axe the tax?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, let me demonstrate the height of Conservative hypocrisy. In their Conservative platform in the 2021 election, they state, and I quote, "We recognize the most efficient way to reduce our emissions is to use pricing mechanisms." Another excerpt on the clean fuel standard.
There seems to be an issue with being able to understand what the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is responding to. I'm sure, order, I'm sure that the Honourable Member wants to hear the answer so he can ask a subsequent answer. The Honourable Member for Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, Madam Speaker, this is pretty tough medicine for the Conservatives, but let me quote from page 79 to 80 of the Conservative platform. "We'll finalize and improve the clean fuel regulations to reduce carbon emissions from every litre of gasoline." That sounds an awful lot like we're doing on this side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker. When will the Conservatives stop the hypocrisy and get serious about climate change?
For Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
The Liberals don't have an environmental plan, they have a tax plan, because the fact is they have never met a target on climate change they've ever set. All it is doing is skyrocketing food prices in this country. They are taxing farmers who grow food. They are taxing truckers who ship it. And they are taxing the businesses in restaurants that sell it. Ontario families are going to be out $2,300 a year under this Liberal NDP scheme. When are they finally going to realize that they're the ones causing the cost of living crisis, that their environmental plan is non-existent? Just scrap the tax and help Canadians.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Member's question, but I want to take us back 7 years ago and a day when, for the first time in Canadian history, we raised the pride flag on Parliament Hill. We made history, we stood up for Canadians, and members from every House, members from the Senate, We're on the lawn of the Parliament to do that very thing, and I want to thank all 2S LGBTQI+ members of this House, our allies and our champions, staff, and the new Canadian Pride Caucus for getting this work done. On the substantive issue of the matter is raised, he should check his party platform in 2021 when they ran on a price on pollution.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, I can assure this House and the Minister that everyone here on this side of the House are 100% in agreement of the defence of 2 LGBTQI rights. What we can also be sure of, Madam Speaker, is that unfortunately the people on that side invented a new tax to further tax Canadians and put more money in their pockets. And so Canadians are trying to deal with inflation. For the average Quebec family, it's going to cost $436 more per year. Now, seriously, can the Minister tell us that this new tax is a good idea, whereas people can't even make ends meet? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, the Honourable colleague on the other side knows that if he wants to ease things for Canadians, all they have to do is stop the filibuster and support the BIA in order to make things cheaper for Canadians. But with regard to the price on pollution, the Conservative platform from 2021 says that the number of or rather, fuel is going to be something we're going to put a price on pollution on. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we got a lot more votes than they did, even though they formed government. The other reality, Madam Speaker, is that just a few months ago, someone said that the deficit and the out-of-control spending are throwing oil on the inflationary fires. You know who said that, Madam Speaker? The Deputy Prime Minister of Canada and the Minister of Finance. And yet a few months later, she presented a budget that increased the deficit and spending. So seriously, once again, can the Minister tell us that $436 more for Canadian families is more difficult and a bad idea for everyone? Madam Speaker, there are so many concepts in that question that I'm going to address as many of them as possible. Madam Speaker, the former PBO, Kevin Page, said clearly that our budget is extremely balanced, extremely responsible, and should not create inflation in Canada. But in addition, Madam Speaker, let us look at the Conservatives' election platform that said we will be assessing the progress of the carbon price on something like $160 per ton. What's happening on the other side? So it's done for them. The Honourable Member for Terres de Blainville. Madam Speaker, next Saturday is the second anniversary of a recommendation from all parties in this House on EI reform, all parties including the Liberals, and 2 years later, absolutely nothing has been done. All the parties concluded, though, in this report that the EI system is no longer adapted to the... There seems to be a problem with the interpretation.
South?
Yes. Is the interpreting working now?
Oui.
Yes, it is. The Honourable Member may start a question again. With pleasure, Madam Speaker. On next Saturday is the second anniversary of a vote that was held in this House, and all parties voted unanimously to reform the EI system. All the parties, including the Liberals, and yet 2 years later, absolutely nothing has been done. All the parties concluded in this report that the EI system is no longer adapted to the labour market reality. In other words, the Liberals have admitted 2 years ago already that they were turning their backs on workers with an obsolete EI system. When are they going to act? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Very much. EI is currently one of the oldest and most complex systems across the Government of Canada. That's why we made a commitment to fully modernize the system. In the past 2 years, the Minister has led more than 35 virtual national and regional roundtables with workers, employers, and academics. We have also engaged the provinces and territories, as well as Indigenous organizations, in separate consultations. We have already extended sickness benefits from 15 to 26 weeks, and with the Board of Appeal and Budget 2023, we we will put EI appeal decisions back into the hands of workers. EI reform is a priority, Speaker, and we're on it, and we're going to get it done. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Madam Speaker, there are many corrections that I could make to that answer, but what I wanted to say is this is not the only anniversary to be underscored in terms of Liberal dishonesty. Remember, the Prime Minister himself ordered an EI reform by summer 2022. The heat of the past few days reminds us that it was a year ago and the Liberals still haven't done a thing. So 2 years after having promised this reform and 1 year after the deadline that the Prime Minister himself set, nothing has changed. Madam Speaker, keeping one's word is a minimum of respect. So when will the Liberals... The Honourable Minister of Sport. Madam Speaker, I'm very proud that the government has supported workers during the pandemic, even though that was not covered by EIs, and so independent workers were still able to receive money instead of not being able to feed their families. And with regard to EI reform, there are things that were put into the budget to reduce the cost of living and to increase health transfers, but we did hold consultations, and the work is ongoing, Madam Speaker.
Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are not just hungry, they're hangry at the price of groceries. This Minister of Finance is pouring an additional $60 billion over the inflationary fire. The food professor says that overspending by government is to blame, and he said, I quote, "When a government injects more money into the economy, the excess liquidity can drive up demand for goods, including food, which can in turn lead to higher prices." Does the Minister of Finance feel guilty that her large deficits are hurting Canadians' ability to feed themselves, or is she secretly trying to start a national weight loss challenge?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
That I could maybe lose, 5 or 10, but as it comes to that member's question, what's real is if they want to help Canadians, they can stop the filibuster in this chamber today, they can show up for work, and they can make sure, Madam Speaker, that the Budget Implementation Act passes and that supports get to Canadians who need them. The hypocrisy on that side is making things smell in this House. It's not just the heat, it's the Conservatives who are blocking this Parliament.
Hear, hear. We were doing not too bad, and all of a sudden it just picked up. I would ask members to please keep it down because we wouldn't want to have to change the speaking order. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, the minister's clearly misinformed. The committee has already passed the bill, and there's no filibuster. So, that's right. Madam Speaker, on the topic, inflation is like a bad house guest that just won't leave. No matter how many hints the Conservatives, economists, and even the Governor of the Bank of Canada dropped to stop spending so much, this Minister of Finance keeps pumping another $60 billion on top of last year's record deficit, which only increases the inflation house guest to stay and makes it even bigger mess of the economy. Will the Minister of Finance finally take a hint, reduce spending, or is she so tired of her job that she wants voters to show her and her unwanted house guests the door?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Speaker, if the Conservatives would read the budget, they would see that there are measures to make sure that we reduce spending by $15 billion over the next years. Madam Speaker, also in the Budget Implementation Act, we would be able to make sure that Canada Worker Benefits go to Canadians faster. It would improve the education savings plans, and it would lower the tax burden for tradespeople. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives don't like that we stabilized healthcare for a generation, that we're making historic investments to grow the economy, and that we're also helping those Canadians who need it the most. They want to use dilatory tactics. We're going to keep delivering for Canadians.
Hear, hear. King Vaughan.
Madam Speaker, our national holiday, Canada Day, will be observed by Canadians in less than 1 month. This is a day when we all gather to celebrate our nation. However, most Canadians are more concerned with the high cost of living. If the first carbon tax wasn't harsh enough, the Liberals' birthday gift to Canadians is a second carbon tax, which will intend to destroy Canada Day festivities. Will this government show some compassion and give all Canadians the gift they deserve and axe this costly carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, July 1st is a great day to celebrate in Canada. There's another reason to celebrate, Madam Speaker, because that's the day when the climate action rebate will come out. Those payments will come quarterly, Madam Speaker. In my home province, it's $1,000 a year, $250 a quarter, Madam Speaker. It's going to fight climate change, it's going to support affordability, and it's going to be a great day for Canadians indeed, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, this Liberal government has no shortage of imagination when it comes to making life miserable for those who drive their car to work or take a summer road trip with their family. They've already imposed a carbon tax which adds 41 cents to a litre of gas, and now carbon tax 2 will add another 17 cents to that same litre of gas. Compounded with GST, that's an extra 61 cents per litre during the worst cost of living crisis since Pierre Elliott Trudeau. When will these Liberals show some decency and scrap both of these punitive carbon taxes?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's indeed puzzling that every single person on that side of the aisle supported putting a price on pollution in the 2021 campaign. Madam Speaker, the member for Wellington Halton Hills, much admired in this chamber, made it the centerpiece of his Conservative leadership campaign in 2017. But get this, Madam Speaker, the MP for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge actually introduced the first carbon tax in North America. And I have a good report, Madam Speaker. It was success, the economy grew, and more money was put into BC pockets. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
The NDP leader and I just joined a rally for Webster Street tenants last week. After living in their apartments for years, they are facing rent evictions by a new corporate landlord. When the tenants organized, the owner threatened to tag and tow their cars for not paying a new $200 parking fee. This Liberal government has allowed corporate landlords to drive up London rents. The average cost for a one-bedroom is up 28% in a single year. Will this government create a housing acquisition fund to make rent affordable in London?
Honourable Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion.
Madam Speaker, I agree with the honourable member that we need to take action to support renters. That is precisely why our government introduced the Canada Housing Benefit, which is delivering rent supports to tens of thousands of families right across our country. This Canada Housing Benefit is now live in every province and territory in Canada. In addition to that, we had a top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit. In addition to that, we're building more affordable rental housing, and I would urge the honourable member to also contact the provincial government, who's responsible for rent control.
Honourable member of South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, natural disasters, including wildfires and floods fueled by climate change, are making it difficult to get home insurance. Canadians can't buy a home when there's an active wildfire within 50 kilometres, and that covers most of the summer in BC. 10% of Canadians can't get flood insurance, and Canada is the only major country where the government doesn't have a backstop for earthquake insurance. Canadians can't afford to wait while their homes and businesses are destroyed, so will the Liberals act to make sure Canadians have the insurance protection they need?
Hear, hear. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire pour le ministre.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, the Minister of Economic Development.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for raising this issue. We should, every parliamentarian, take very seriously the risks caused by climate change. Our government is there, as always, to support all Canadians and Indigenous people in order to help them prepare for future threats, including issues with insurance. We know full well that it's more and more difficult. The insurability of neighborhoods, homes, villages, we will be there to support them when the area is no longer insurable.
Madam Speaker, gun violence poses a real threat to the safety of our communities. Canadians expect to be able to take their kids to school, ride transit, and visit places of worship without fear. People from my riding of Richmond Hill, like Canadians across the country, have been very clear. They want us to take strong action to prevent gun violence and keep their loved ones safe. How is this government taking action to deliver for the safety of Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. Gun violence, Madam Speaker, has no place in our communities. We are taking the strongest action in a generation, Madam Speaker, to keep our communities safe. Today, on June 2nd, we're marking the first National Day Against Gun Violence here in this great nation of Canada. Going forward, on the first Friday of June, Madam Speaker, we'll raise awareness around the tragedies caused by gun violence and remember the victims and the survivors. Madam Speaker, this is another part of our plan to get firearms off our streets and invest in prevention. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Niagara Falls.
Speaker, Canada's tourism sector and Canadians who enjoy traveling are under attack by this Liberal government's out-of-control spending and tax hikes. A recent Ipsos report found 6 in 10 Canadians are now planning to scale back their summer vacation plans. Yet this Liberal government continues to hike taxes, like adding a second carbon tax to the price of gas, which will add 17 cents per litre. Does this government not realize their taxes add up and will ultimately hurt Canada's tourism industry and our chances of achieving a full tourism recovery?
Yes, it is.
Madam Speaker, I respect the honourable member who is my tourism critic, but you know, Madam Speaker, something doesn't add up because he voted against supporting the tourism industry in the budget, but yet he voted for pricing on carbon in the last campaign. So I don't know what they drink in Niagara, but Madam Speaker, I know worse.
Can't hear the answer, and I'm sure that the honourable member wants to hear the answer because he's going to want to probably pose another question. So I would ask members to please hold off on their thoughts, on allowing their thoughts to be loud. So the honourable member for Minister of Tourism, if he can start.
Speaker, I find it a little odd that the tourism critic for the Conservatives voted against supporting the tourism industry in the budget, and yet he voted for a price on pollution when he ran for the last election. So we're going to let him explain that to his constituents. But I can tell you, I was at Rendezvous Canada this week in Quebec City, Madam Speaker, and the tourism sector in this country is going to be back not in 26, not in 25, not in 24, but the end of 2023. Thanks to Canadians, thanks to what we have to offer, thanks to the international community knowing that Canada's back and they want to come and see us.
I'm still hearing some heckling going on, and I would just ask those members to please not do that. The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Madam Speaker, that's an interesting response. Surely a tourism minister knows that travel is a discretionary activity. Adding 41 cents a litre to the gas through the first carbon tax won't help. A second Liberal carbon tax of 17 cents will not hurt as well. Add GST on that, and we have a tax on a tax on a tax. Canadians need tax relief, not another tax. When will this Liberal government axe the tax and help the tourism sector recover fully this year?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, it's so nice to have so many friends from the Blue team from Alberta in the chamber on a Friday, but I can say to my colleague from Niagara that, you know, in this budget, $158 million directly to the tourism sector, $1.8 billion to do exactly what he said, which is to get more people to come to Canada for CATSA, for modernization of the airports. But Madam Speaker, how did he and his entire Conservative caucus vote against the tourism sector, against airports, against getting people to our country? Shame on them. Shameful.
Order, order, order. If members want to have cross debate, then they should leave the chamber. Order, order, on both sides. The honourable member for Essex.
Speaker, the Liberals already have one carbon tax in place that will add 41 cents a litre of gas. Carbon tax 2 will add another 17 cents to a litre of gas. Add the GST on top, and that's an extra 61 cents to a litre of gas. Speaker, when will the NDP Liberal costly coalition realize that it is out of touch and Canadians are out of patience and out of money?
Oh!
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, the Conservatives campaigned on putting a price on pollution. But you know what the Conservatives never want to talk about, Madam Speaker, is the cost of climate change. Madam Speaker, there are 1,600 fires burning in our country at the moment. People from the suburbs of Halifax are being evacuated. The costs of climate change are real, Madam Speaker. They are rising. When are the Conservatives going to get serious about climate change?
After 8 years with this Prime Minister, businesses in Beauce are struggling to find workers. Small and medium businesses in the farming sector are starting to close their doors because of backlogs at IRCC and endless paperwork. When I arrived in 2019, I asked for relief from labour market studies. With an unemployment rate of 1.9% in my region, we needed help to fill important positions. Why are the Liberals refusing to help businesses in Beauce? The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food. Madam Speaker, it's quite the opposite. Farmers in Quebec and throughout Canada know that our government is there to help them. I'm constantly communicating with them. I spoke with the president of the Union des Producteurs Agricoles yesterday. Things with our programs are going particularly well. We continue to work our colleagues in employment in order to improve processes. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Madam Speaker, there's another flood of complaints to the Commissioner of Official Languages, and Air Canada takes the podium again with 276 complaints about its failure to serve customers in French. But let's talk about the annual champion, the federal government. No fewer than 714 complaints against Ottawa itself for abandoning French in its bilingual public service job postings. That's triple the number from the previous year. How can businesses like Air Canada improve if the federal government is setting this kind of example? The Honourable Minister for Official Languages. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. I also want to thank the Commissioner for Official Languages for his report, which he tabled this week, and we accept the recommendations. As the Minister for Official Languages, I'm very pleased with the work that we've accomplished up until now. We've seen passage of Bill C-13, and I thank everyone who supported the bill. I'm looking forward to royal assent, but let's not forget that we've made historic investments, $4.1 billion, to support official language minority communities and to support or to shore up the decline of French. The member for La Pointe de l'Île. Madam Speaker, of course, we're going to monitor the impact of C-13 on companies like Air Canada. But in the case of the public service, the employers who need to be made accountable are them, the ministers here in the House. They don't need C-13 to enforce using French. They just need to stop treating their own French-speaking employees like second-class citizens. Will they send a clear message to the senior members of the public service that there will be severe consequences if the situation of French doesn't improve drastically in the next few months? The Honourable Minister for Official Languages. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let's be clear. We're the first government to recognize the decline of French in this country, and that's why we went forward with a bill that's ambitious and that has teeth. Not only that, we've made historic investments, $4.1 billion, to ensure that the federal government will indeed do its fair share to protect and promote French throughout the country. And let's not forget that the Commissioner for Official Languages will now have many more tools to do their work and ensure that they can play the role of watchdog to protect our official languages.
Speaker, we all know the facts. Violent crime, up 32%. Gang-related killings, up 92%. And worst of all, 10 police officers killed in the line of duty in recent months. It's clear that the Liberals' soft-on-crime agenda has failed again. The only thing this divisive government has united Canadians on is how bad the bail system is after they broke it.
That's right.
Why is it every time Liberals are in charge, hardworking citizens and law-abiding gun owners are punished, while dangerous repeat offenders get to ride the merry-go-round of the revolving door of justice?
Here, yeah.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve to feel safe and be safe. That's why we introduced Bill C-48, a targeted reform to our bail laws designed to focus on violent repeat offenders, gun and knife violence, as well as intimate partner violence. This bill is a product of collaboration with the provinces and territories, Madam Speaker, and I want to quote from the Canadian Associations of Chiefs of Police, who said, "We are convinced that the legislative changes put forward by Bill C-48 will go a long way to help eliminate the preventable harm and senseless tragedies attributable to violent and repeat offenders across Canada." I invite the Conservative Party
for Kelowna Lake Country.
Trudeau government. Violent crime is up 32.
Honourable member knows that she can't name individuals, members of Parliament or ministers by their names or for first names or last names. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After 8 years of this Liberal government, violent crime is up 32%, and our most vulnerable citizens are some of the most impacted. People are in desperate situations without being able to afford basic necessities, with high inflation, rent costs doubling, and mental health and addiction issues rising. It was just yesterday in this House that I spoke about the homelessness issue being on the rise, with safety concerns surrounding homeless encampments. And this morning, we hear about the death of a woman following a reported shooting at a tent encampment in Peterborough. When will this government take public safety seriously?
The Honourable Minister for Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to just repeat what I was saying earlier, Madam Speaker. With Bill C-48 that we introduced a couple of weeks ago, we have near unanimous support from across provinces as well as police leadership. I want to quote again from the Chiefs of Police of Canada, and it quotes, we commend the governments for acting on the urgency for legislative change and for recognizing that our amendments were important. We are convinced that the legislative changes put forward in Bill C-48 will go a long way to help eliminate the preventable harm and senseless tragedies attributable to violent and repeat offenders, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Montmagny, Lisieux, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Madame la Présidente, depuis que
Madam Speaker, since this Prime Minister took office, violent crime has risen by 32%. And just a little reminder, under the Conservative government, saw crime rate go down by 23%. This situation is directly linked to the government's lax policies. Criminals get released on bail with disconcerting ease. Will the Prime Minister finally get the message and make changes to put an end to the revolving door system in our prison system? It's like we're at a hotel.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Méritez de vous santé et d'être en sécurité, Madam.
Everyone deserves to feel safe.
We introduced Bill C-48, a targeted reform to our bail laws designed to focus on violent repeat offenders, gun and knife violence, as well as intimate partner violence. If I may, Madam Speaker, repeat what I said earlier. This is from the Canadian Police Association, and their comment on C-48 is « Nous apprécions que le ministre ait travaillé en…»
We appreciate that the Minister worked in collaboration with the parties to present this bill.
Honorable député de Pontiac.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Madam Speaker, Bill C-18 on online information requires web giants to pay their fair share to local media when they benefit from their work. It makes sense. But Facebook doesn't want that. Oh no. When Australia presented a similar bill, they even tried to bully them, and they're doing the same thing today in Canada and California. We found out that Facebook is doubling down on its bullying tactics by preventing thousands of Canadians from accessing news. I'd like to know how the government plans to react to this bullying tactic, which is grotesque. The Honourable Minister for Tourism. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Ponsec for her question and hard work. Once again, Facebook wants to bully Canadians, and now they're going to block news on their platform for many Canadians. That's bullying, just like in a schoolyard. Canadians will get scared and they won't ask to get the system fixed, and they won't ask web giants to pay their fair share. But our door is open to make appropriate changes. We will not, however, let ourselves be bullied. We will demand that web giants do their fair share, and that's the end of it.
Like Frontenac Kingston.
Madam Speaker, Corrections Canada tells us that offenders who find jobs in the community are 3 times less likely to reoffend. This is true, but it's also irrelevant because there is zero statistical correlation between participation in CSC's job training programs and getting post-incarceration work. Here's why. Instead of recognized third-party vocational certifications, CSC issues informal statements of achievement that have all the authority of the ribbons issued at a children's bicycle decorating contest. Will the government fix this problem?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, you know, the opposition has a wonderful opportunity by listening to what the consultations and the output that came from the consultations with the provinces and Ottawa on bail reform. We have legislation that is here that the Conservative Party could support, and by doing that, they'll be supporting the provinces and the legislation, which would be good for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, Liberals have wreaked havoc in our immigration system. Canadians and prospective Canadians who play by the rules are being forced to wait for years, while the integrity of our system is threatened by unscrupulous consultants and an incompetent government. Conservatives have moved a motion at the Immigration Committee to get to the bottom of a scandal in which the government issued visas based on fake college acceptance letters and then tried to punish the victims instead of the scammers. So my question is for the chair of the Immigration Committee. After Liberals and New Democrats shut down debate on this issue, does the committee have plans to study the impact on students of the government's failure to properly enforce Canada's immigration laws?
Great question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much.
That we take these allegations of fraud very seriously. For these students,
I have recognized the person. I recognize the individual that gets up to answer the question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. For the opposition, who might want to listen to the answer,
that we take these allegations very seriously. For these students who may have been victims of fraud, we want to make it clear. They can benefit from full due process. We're also cracking down on these bad actors who prey on our most vulnerable. Madam Speaker, we'll always be there for these vulnerable students, and we will be relentless in our efforts to clamp down on these dishonest consultants.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, Logan Hunter and Jackson Joseph had their lives taken in the Humboldt Broncos bus crash. Because of the reckless criminal actions of one man, 16 people are dead and 13 more were injured. The perpetrator, a non-citizen, is fighting to stay in Canada. Logan and Jackson's parents want to know that if committing a crime of this consequence isn't enough to get someone deported, then what is?
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
You know what, Madam Speaker, I want to say to those victims, you know, I was a member of the provincial government, actually the former Solicitor General, when these incidents happened. And I think we collectively as Canadians stand very firm on the tragic loss of these wonderful young men who perished. And I can assure the House that every day I think we remember them. We also know that there's a court case in place, and this is the court to make a decision, Madam Speaker. I hate to think that these Conservatives will interfere into a court procedure. Let's allow the
member for Fleetwood Port Kills.
Madam Speaker, taking action on climate change is something we should all be able to agree on. Recently, we saw another major initiative to combat climate change in the Canada Greener Homes program. Can the minister share with the House the anticipated impact of this program on affordable housing providers and residents? And how will this initiative support our government's commitment to achieving net zero emissions by 2050?
Minister?
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his important question and advocacy on this important issue. Affordable housing and climate change must go hand in hand. That is why I was pleased recently to announce the launch of the $1.2 billion Canada Affordable Greener Homes program. This initiative will help affordable housing providers serving low and moderate income households complete deep energy retrofits on residential rental buildings, reduce operational costs, and greenhouse emissions at the same time. This will result in an increased quality of life for residents while contributing to climate change. This is what real action on housing affordability and sustainability looks like.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, as communities from coast to coast to coast face wildfires and flooding, Canadians need this government to step up and do more. The BC NDP government already provided a $100 million watershed security fund to proactively protect from extreme weather events. And the Liberal government needs to do the same. Will this government show the same leadership as British Columbia on water and match at minimum their $100 million watershed security fund?
Good question.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Obviously, we see how important it is to face climate change, considering the number of forest fires we currently have. Our government is closely following the fires during fire season. We don't want to overrun local capacity. We're ready to offer federal assistance, and we encourage Canadians to follow the advice and alerts from local authorities, and the government will always be there to help provinces and territories. Thank you.
Member Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, it's been 2 weeks now since the Senate strengthened and passed Bill C-22, the Canada Disability Benefit Act. Yet the governing party has prioritized 6 or 7 government bills ahead of it. Canadians with disabilities continue to disproportionately live in poverty across the country. They need to see action. When will the Liberals bring C-22 back to the floor of this House so it can be urgently passed into law?
The honourable member for the honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for this important question. In the spirit of nothing without us, we are continuing to move forward with historic investments and actions that will improve the social and economic inclusion of millions of Canadians with disabilities. In February, Bill C-22, the Act to establish the Canada Disability Benefit, was unanimously adopted by this House. On May 18th, Bill C-22 was adopted with amendments in the Senate and has now been sent back to this House for consideration. This bill remains a top priority for us, and we have every intention of dealing with this bill as quickly as possible. We are working with all parties to get this important
time is up.
legislation passed.
J'ai un point d'ordre, l'honorable député de Mégantic-Clair.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Clairable. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, during question period I rose because of an issue of interpretation. The member for Halifax was answering a question, but unfortunately the interpretation only switched on when he was halfway through his answer. Given that both official languages are important in this House, could the Honourable Member repeat his answer? Could the Honourable Member repeat his answer?
I believe the member was referring to the question about Stellantis. I'm not sure. I didn't hear the beginning of his intervention. I think the member knows I'm working hard to learn French. I'd be happy to convey my answer to him in writing en français. Merci beaucoup.
Hold on here. He was asking that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary repeat the answer that he gave.
En anglais, I understand. Je comprends. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. The auto, I thank, first of all, I thank the member from the Industry Committee who posed the question from the NDP for his tireless advocacy for the auto industry and for his great work on the committee. I then went on to say that, as the member knows, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry has worked hard to secure the future of Canada's auto industry. We continue to negotiate in good faith with our partners. That includes the province of Ontario and Stellantis, and at the heart of our negotiations is getting the best deal possible for the auto workers and for Canadians.
I see that there's other individuals rising on points of order. Are they pertaining to question period? Okay. The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Madam Speaker, if I could, I'm looking for unanimous consent following question period today to table here in the House the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report detailing the details and impacts of the second carbon tax that's being coming by province. Madam Speaker, you'll find in the
I already have no's, so therefore there is no unanimous consent. Is there still points of order rising from question period? Yes? The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have in my hands a letter that was written to the Chair of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee requesting that the Minister of Public Safety actually appear for 2 hours instead of 1 hour in response to the...
This is pertaining to question period? So, okay, hold on. There's only one speaker in the House. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe, I would just ask him to get to his point of order.
And in lieu of the answers that were given when the government was asked about foreign interference, we requested through this letter that I would like to table through unanimous consent that the Minister of Public Safety appear for 2 hours.
I already don't have unanimous consent. There's already individuals saying no. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
For question period?
Thank you.
Relating to question period?
I raised a question that was respecting committee agendas. And I will note page 512 of Procedure and Progress and Practice specifically says that members may raise questions concerning matters before committee and that those questions are directed towards the committee chair. It says, starting on page 512, questions seeking information about the schedule and agenda of committees may be directed to chairs of committees. Questions to the ministry or to a committee chair concerning the proceedings or work of a committee, including its order of reference, may not be raised. Thus, for example, a question would be disallowed if it dealt with a vote in committee, etc. The question that I raised was very clearly dealing with the agenda of the Immigration Committee. I'll note various examples that are in the footnote. For example, May 20th, 1970, pages 7, 1, 2, 6, and 7. On November 4th, 1981, page 12499. On March 9th, 1987, page 3955. And various points continue. In 2008, the Liberal House Leader rose on a point of order and asked the Speaker if someone other than the chair of a committee could respond to a question concerning the agenda of the committee. The Speaker advised that his role is to take a look at those who are standing to answer and choose who is going to answer. He indicated that he had recognized the Government House Leader because he was the only member rising to respond, and that it is preferable for the member asking the question to get an answer than none at all. However, Madam Speaker, in this particular case, there was no opportunity given for the chair of the committee to rise, for vice chairs of the committee to arise, and this sadly, the right of members to raise questions to committee chairs is becoming in practice almost irrelevant, because every time members have raised these kinds.
The honourable member is going into debate now. He's raised his point of order, and as he has indicated. Others who rise can be recognized. There's nobody else that rose, and there was plenty of opportunity for anybody to rise, and so the individual who actually rose is the individual that was recognized. The honourable. The honourable member for Sherwood Park versus Saskatchewan.
Just respectfully on the facts, I believe there may have been someone trying to get the attention of the chair online. I can't say for sure because I was not online. I was here,
There was no hands raised online, and so as I indicated, the person I did recognize the person who wanted to answer that question. The honourable points of order, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis St. Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, during question period, myself and other colleagues asked questions on the carbon tax. A report was tabled by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. There should be unanimous consent to table this document. I'm still waiting for no's, but I'm hearing no's, so there's not unanimous consent.
On the point of order relating to question period.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to seek unanimous consent following question period to table witness testimony from the Finance Committee from May the 17th.
I'm already hearing no's. There's no unanimous consent. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, is your point of order relating to question period.
Yes, my point of order was with respect to the Minister of Tourism. I hope you can hear me. I'm having a little bit of technical problems. I did intend to raise this earlier.
Okay, I'm not sure about you. Is there a problem with interpretation? It's good? Okay, the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Yeah, the Minister of Tourism, in responding to a question, said that it was great to see so many of my Alberta colleagues from the Blue Team. This is doing indirectly what you cannot do directly. Of course, members cannot state whether the comment on the presence or non-presence of a member.
I believe that it was not directed to anybody in particular, and so I would just do want to remind members to be careful when they are making comments in the House, but again, it wasn't directed at any one member in particular. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey has a point of order as it related to question period.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just during question period, there was a lot of discussion, and all parliamentarians are concerned, certainly at the food banks and the budget coming up. So I'd like to table and hope to get unanimous consent. I have hunger count policy recommendations that I'd like to put forward so that everyone has the opportunity to read, and hopefully.
Unanimous consent already. So the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, it's a long-standing practice in this House that important government documents are tabled in this place. I would note that the
document he wants to table before we say no. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
I would note that typically a Minister of the Crown does table government reports in this House. It is a rubric in the proceedings, of routine proceedings. I would note that the Right Honourable David Johnston's report on foreign interference was not tabled in this House. It was never tabled in this House with the table, despite it being a report directly asked for by the Prime Minister. The Liberals seem to be very proud of the rapporteur, so I would see that sure there would be unanimous consent to table the David Johnston report on foreign interference.
Member have unanimous consent to table the report?
Yes, yes. Why not? Why not?
No, I don't have unanimous consent. The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On a point of order arising from question period, I posed two questions to the government relating to the testimony of the Prime Minister's National Security Advisor, Jody Thomas, and the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, who was then Minister of Public Safety. And I am seeking the unanimous consent of this House to table the blues from yesterday, wherein the National Security Advisor indicated that 3 deputy ministers, as well as her office, had received the memo indicating that the member for Wellington Halton Hills and his family had been targeted by the Beijing regime, and the further testimony of the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, who incredibly claimed that it was CSIS's fault for the fact that he hadn't read a memo that was sent to himself and his chief of staff, also indicating that the member for Wellington Halton Hills was a target of the Beijing regime. We have a prime minister who...
Be more a point of debate. Can the honourable member come to his point?
Madam Speaker, I'd ask unanimous consent to table the blues from yesterday from the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, in which that testimony, shocking testimony from both the Minister and the Prime Minister's...
Have unanimous consent to table the blues? No, we don't have unanimous consent to table the blues. The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in light of some comments made by members of the New Democratic Party in this House rising out of question period, I would like to seek unanimous consent to table the most recent results of the Alberta election, which show a whopping majority by a strong United Conservative Party, and to show their rejection of the socialistic policies of the New Democratic Party.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to table? No. No. The honourable member for Essex has a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And with regard to question period regarding committees, Madam Speaker, on May the 18th at Transport Committee, Bill Morneau, a key witness to the committee's study on examining the role of McKinsey and Company, wasn't able to, well, he attended the meeting, but his earpiece didn't work, ironically. And so, Madam Speaker, all 6 opposition committee members wrote to the chair calling on Bill Morneau to come to committee to testify, and I am seeking unanimous consent from this House to ensure that that happens. Thank you.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent? Yes. No. No unanimous consent. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Following question period, there was a lot of discussion with inflation during question period. So, just in light of that, I'm seeking unanimous consent to table the monetary policy report by the Bank of Canada, dated April 2023, specifically the one that's highlighted fiscal measures adding to the growth of domestic demand, where it proves that government spending drove up inflation. I'm seeking for unanimous consent.
Member have unanimous consent? No, there's no unanimous consent. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Point of order, I imagine. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, during question period, the member for Edmonton Centre, who is also the Associate Minister of Finance and the Minister of Tourism, alluded to the Conservative Party platform twice. And since the beginning of the week, Madam Speaker, the Liberal Party, as it did today during question period, is asking the Conservative Party to table the Conservative platform. I would like to correct one of the facts, Madam Speaker. First of all, in the platform, there is no mention of a carbon tax, just to correct what he said. And second, I would like to ask unanimous consent to table the Liberal election platform with the costs for, I think you asked for unanimous consent, and I can see that there is already not unanimous consent, and also this is a point of debate. So does the member have the unanimous consent to table the document? No, there's no unanimous consent.
Martha has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm hoping if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for something that has happened in my riding this morning. My riding, for many people who may know or may not know, is Peterborough-Kawartha, and it's been a bit of a canary in the coal mine of the crisis happening in this country, of a decline in public safety, primarily for our most vulnerable, but also addiction and mental health. And this morning, early this morning, there was a shooting, a fatal shooting of a young woman in a homeless a tent encampment in Peterborough. And I'm asking if we could table the story, have unanimous consent to table the news report of this, because I think it is really critical that we are addressing this right now. This is honestly why I came here to Parliament, to be honest with you. And this is something that business owners have been crying about. People knew and said this was going to happen. I've been in contact with officials in my riding. There's a sense of fear, a sense of despair, quite frankly, Madam Chair. And it's just horrific news coming out of our community. And I would just ask that we could ask for unanimous consent that I can table this news story for the House.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to table the news story? No. Don't have unanimous consent. I believe before question period, before statements, I was at a point of privilege. No. Give me 1 second, just out of order on some of these things. So, tabling, sorry, we have to get to routine proceedings first. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 14 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format, and while I'm on my feet, I move, seconded by the member from Halifax, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Fillmore, move that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recording division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. L'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
The honourable member from Mégantic-Lérable. Recorded division requested, Madam Speaker, please.
points of order during the vote.
There's no points of order during the vote.
Point of order?
There's no points of order during the vote. The question is the following one. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Fillmore, moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. La période de
The 10-minute period for electronic voting has been activated, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. la période de...
The time provided for electronic voting has ended now. The time for voting has ended, and so...
able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's. He's not online? I'm not sure. He's on mute. There's no points of order during, unless it's a point of privilege. So the honourable member, I'll go to the honourable member for Edmonton Centre then.
You can use
Edmonton West, sorry. Mr. McCauley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I apologize, I was having problems with my app. I will be voting no.
The honourable member New Brunswick Southwest. The honourable member for The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest. No. I would ask members to put their cameras on and to be ready with their microphones. The honourable member Peterborough Kawartha.
Madam Speaker, there is trouble with the app and trying to vote. So I'm trying to put through my vote and it is not working. So I would like to cast my vote now, if I may.
Yes.
So I'd like to vote no.
Okay. For those of you who have had go ahead.
Ms. Ferrari, nay contre.
For those of you who have had problems with the app, I would just say when I call your name, just indicate how you're voting. The honourable member for Provencher. The honourable member for Provencher. Okay, I'm going to go to. Okay, the honourable member for Provencher has it.
Oh yeah. My mic wasn't even
just
yeah.
Okay.
Boy, that's like being completely disconnected when you don't have that properly plugged in.
Okay, hold on here. I can't hear the honourable member. Can he indicate his vote, please?
Yeah, I would most certainly vote no.
Okay.
I
would also remind everybody else, because I do have a long list, to make sure that you've plugged in your mic properly and that your video is on. Otherwise, you won't be recognized. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was having.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, are you there? Okay. Madam Speaker?
Okay.
They're so large.
Order. I can't hear what's going on down here, so I would ask the honourable member for Ms. Gray if she could please record her vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I couldn't even get on the app. I had to change my password and it wouldn't allow me, so I'm voting no.
Nay contre.
Madam Speaker, thank you.
Yes. Can the honourable member record her vote, please?
She did.
Oh, she did? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so from what I understand, there are so many people that seem to have had problems with the apps. Order. I've just asked members to please be quiet while we're doing the vote. And I just want to remind members to make sure that their headsets are on, that their video is on, and that their headsets are plugged in. They've been around here long enough to know that what they need to do, so I would just ask, and then when I'm calling your name, could you please just indicate your vote, yay or nay? The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Speaker. Je vote contre. Louis Essex, nay contre.
Back to the honourable member for Mr. Perkins.
Madam Speaker, I vote against it. My app wasn't working.
Mr. Perkins, nay contre.
I'm sorry, your camera was off. Can you try again? Okay? I want to remind members whose cameras are not on that they will not be recognized. Mr. Soroka.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I will vote nay.
So the honourable member doesn't have his headset on. I want to remind him that he needs to have his headset. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Soroka's vote was recognized, however.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. The honourable member's vote was recognized. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest, Mr. Williamson.
I vote no.
Mr.
Actually, no, I'm sorry. Can you verify that my vote was recorded? I tried the app and it was flagged. So could you verify?
The honourable member does have a vote recognized in the app. Mr. Van Popta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will vote no.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Van Popta, nay contre.
Mr. Fast.
The internet is not working, Madam Speaker. All right, we should hit the road.
Can I have order in the House, please? Mr. Fast, could you try again? Can you sign whether with a thumbs up or thumbs down? Can you lift your hand a little bit? Okay, perfect. Monsieur Leroux.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Avec des problèmes techniques, mais je veux enregistrer mon vote non.
Monsieur Leroux, nay contre.
Mr. Dowdle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was having problems with the picture. Unfortunately, it wouldn't go through. I don't know if perhaps it's because of my new haircut. But anyway, I will vote no.
Mr. Dowdle, nay contre.
I just want to remind members again, if they are having problems, technical problems, they can deal with that with the technical side. I just need to know whether they vote yes or no. The Honourable Monsieur Deltel. Monsieur Deltel, il faut que vous mettez votre micro dessus. OK. Votre pouce en haut ou en bas?
Contre.
Mr. Zimmer.
Oui, contre.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Speaker, I couldn't get the app to work. I'm up in God's country up here, and I'll be voting no.
Mr. Zimmer, nay contre.
Mr. Couric.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am hoping that you can confirm whether or not my vote was counted through the app.
No. He does not have a vote recognized.
You don't have a vote recognized? If you could please say yay or nay.
My apologies, and my apologies for not having a headset. My vote for the motion is nay, no.
Mr. Couric, nay contre.
Mr. Schmel.
Thank you, Speaker. For some reason, I couldn't get the picture part of this to complete. It just kept spinning. Unlike Mr. Dowdle, I did not get a new haircut, but my vote is no.
Mr. Schmel, nay contre.
Again, I just want to remind members, I'm sure that they can all hear me. I don't need to know what the issue is. Technical issues can be dealt with the technical team. All I need to know is whether your vote is yes or no. Mr. Baldinelli. We can't hear you, Mr. Baldinelli, if you can. Okay, perfect. Mr. Strahl. Oh, excuse. Mr. Strahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, on May the 4th, I had a question that the Speaker did not deem to be parliamentary language, and he indicated that I could not be recognized until such time as I withdrew that and apologized. However, I did have some issues with the voting app and am therefore trying to vote via Zoom, but it's unclear to me whether...
The honourable member is well aware that he has had no issues voting. If he could just indicate yay or nay for his vote.
Okay, that's news to me, Madam Speaker, so I will be voting no.
Mr. Strahl, nay contre.
Mr. Patzer.
Thank you. I voted with the app for the first time in over 2 years, and I don't think it believed me, so I just need to confirm whether my vote was received or not.
Your vote was received. Ms. Roberts. Ms. Roberts, I can't hear you. Can you sign?
She's on mute.
You're on mute?
She also does,
Okay.
Her vote has been recognized as nay.
So your vote has been recognized as nay. Is that how you want your vote to be recognized?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm on the road and having problems with my app. Thank you.
The honourable member, Mrs. Falk.
Was that Battleford Lloydminster?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Mrs. Falk, how do you vote? All of a sudden, it's not working again. You've got your mic off now. Okay, perfect. Thank you. We've got your vote recorded.
Battleford Lloydminster, nay count.
Mr. Barlow.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I don't have a headset here in the barn, so I'm hoping this comes through. I will be voting no.
Mr. Barlow, nay count.
Mr. Lawrence.
Madam Speaker, I'm seeking unanimous consent of the House to change my vote to a no.
He does not have a vote recognized right now. He does not have a
The honourable member doesn't have a vote recognized right now.
I thought I voted on the app. I'll vote no.
Mr. Lawrence, nay count.
Mr. McLean.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I did vote, and I think it was recognized, but it asked me to verify the app asked me to verify that it was registered. And could you please verify that?
Yes, it has been registered. Yes. Mr. Scheer?
Can you hear me, Madam Speaker?
A point d'ordre. The honourable. Sorry.
Can you hear me, Madam Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes or no?
Okay, I just want to confirm because of the technical difficulties, I've had to use iPod AirPods, and these are not the.
There is no vote recorded, so if the honourable member can just say yay or nay.
Okay, even with these
Yes, you can use your thumb if you want.
no headset required during votes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And on behalf of my constituents in Regina Capel, I vote against proceeding to orders of the day.
Scheer, nay count.
Il n'y a pas d'appel de règlement pendant les votes.
No point of order during the votes unless it's a question of privilege.
C'est une question.
Is it a technical question?
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the member for Outremont does not have a photo and so cannot be identified.
Cédez après les mains levées.
Can we go ahead after the raised hands?
Mr. Duncan.
Madam Speaker, am I on?
Yes.
I just wanted to confirm my vote. If it wasn't registered, I would like to vote no to the. I'm not on.
Okay, non-registered, but it is now that you've indicated that you were voting no.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, South Glengarry, nay count.
Mr. Upal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know a few of the members had raised a concern that the new haircuts was the reason that they weren't able
I want to just remind members that they're just to vote yay or nay.
Okay, well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to let you know that I also had the same problem, so I don't think it's anything about any new haircuts. That is the problem. It's the app, and I will be voting no.
Nay count.
Mr. Bazan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Madam Speaker? Can you see me?
Yes.
I had to drive like 15 miles to get into good enough cell coverage so I could vote. So on behalf of all the great citizens of the great riding of Selkirk Interlake Eastman, I vote no.
Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Having trouble with the app. The thing just kept on spinning and spinning. I tried to sign in at 107, but I will vote nay.
Mr. Lloyd, nay contre.
Mr. Allison? I'm sorry, we're having a hard time hearing the members vote. I would just ask members in the House to be quiet. Mr. Allison.
It's awfully noisy in the chamber. It's hard to hear.
Can you hear me?
On Zoom here.
Point of order. Can you hear me?
For those who have already voted, I would ask that their mics be turned off. Mr. Allison, yay or nay?
Nay.
Nay contre.
Monsieur Alboutieff. Alboutaïf, excuse.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker?
There's no point of orders. I'll just...
awfully loud, we can't...
Well, we can't hear because on both sides of the House here, we have individuals who... Okay. Order. We can't, if you can't hear me, it's because there's too much noise here in the House. I would ask members to please be kind and to please, since they voted that there's no reason for them to be speaking at this point in the House. Mr. Alboutieff, Taïf, excuse.
Madam Speaker, I'm having a hard time hearing everybody. I spent the first 5 to 7 minutes of the 10 minutes period to talk to the technical team. The link that you sent was not working.
The honourable member has a vote already recorded. Does he still want to vote nay?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm voting. Thanks.
Mrs. Finley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't have the proper.
That's fine, Nate. Okay. Ms. Ferreri. Oh, Mrs. Ferreri's hand is up, but she's already voted.
Can I check?
We've recorded Ms. Ferreri's
Ms. Ferreri, your vote is recorded as no. Mr. Calkins. I'm sorry, Mr. Calkins, I can't hear you, so I'm assuming that your mic's not plugged in, maybe. I'm not sure. But if you could give us a thumbs up or thumbs down, that will work.
He does have a vote recognized as nay.
You have a vote recognized as nay. Is that how you would like it?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I thought that the vote was recognized as abstain. That's what the message I got. I just wanted to confirm that it was indeed a nay.
No, it's recognized as nay. Mrs. Vecchio?
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Sorry. I had to disconnect and reconnect and disconnect and reconnect.
Is your vote yay or nay?
Nay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mrs. Vecchio, nay contre.
Mr. Dougherty.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yay or nay?
I just want to clarify, did our colleague, Mr. Stroll, vote count? I understand.
So no verification here except for your own vote. So you have a vote recognized as nay. Are you good with that?
I was told that we had to abstain. I just want to make sure.
You want? Sorry, you have a vote recognized as nay. Do you want the vote recognized as nay?
Nay, please.
Point of order.
I can't hear you, Madam Speaker. Is there somebody talking?
Point of order.
So order. Encore une fois, il y a des gens qui parlent à la Chambre.
Once again, there are people speaking in the House. In any case, interpretation will not be provided during this time because of the lack of use of headsets.
There's no interpretation. Est-ce que l'interprétation?
Can you hear the interpretation?
His vote is recorded as nay. Is that what he wants?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'd like my vote registered as nay.
Yes. Mr. Lawrence?
Okay.
My point of order was there was no interpretation.
No points of order at this point? We're only in votes. There's no interpretations during votes. The honourable member, Madame Bendayan. Madame Bendayan, thumbs up. Mr. Carey.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I don't have the correct headset on, but I'd like to be registered as nay, please.
Yes, you have a vote recognized as nay. Mr. Perkins.
Thank you.
He already voted nay.
Mr. Perkins, you already voted as nay. Is that how you want your vote recorded?
I was just double checking. I'm here where they're fighting fires for the Shelburne County, and I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, so I just want to again ask the honourable member, his vote is recorded as nay. Is that what he wants?
Well, I think so. I'm here. I was having trouble hearing because
it's recorded as nay. Mr. Zimmer.
He also has a vote already recognized.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. I heard my colleague, Ferrari, ask to double check her vote, and I thought that was a great idea. So because I didn't hear my vote, whether it was confirmed or not. So can you just...
Yes, your vote is considered as a nay, is recorded as a nay. Mr. Viersen.
Was a great idea, Bob.
Madam Speaker, I would like my vote to be recorded as a nay.
Monsieur Gould?
Le problème, je vais voter contre.
Parfait.
Nay contre.
Est-ce que c'est mon chose? The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes.
I logged into the app. It did not work. I'd like to register my vote as no.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
It's technical. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, oh no, sorry, we did this part here. I understand that. Je crois qu'il y avait.
I believe that there was a point. Mr. Lawrence was already recognized on many occasions.
Son vote est là, là? Oui. Yeah. Mr. Lawrence, your vote is recorded as a nay. Is there an issue with? Did you want to change it to a yay?
I believe I'd require unanimous consent for that, so I'll have to settle with no for now.
Perfect. Mr. Zimmer, your hand is up again. Did you want to change it to a yay?
No. I was in my car, and I know you're not supposed to vote when you're driving, so I wanted to show that I wasn't driving when I voted.
No, I'm sorry. I don't need clarification. I just unless it's on the vote itself. Mr. Doherty, your hand is up. You want to change it to a yay?
No, Madam Chair. I just rise on a point of privilege, Madam Chair. It is incredibly hard to do this.
There is no privilege vote. Questions of privilege during the vote. We need to wrap this up. We're eating into the private members' business of your colleague. Monsieur Sainte-Marie, vous aviez la question à régler?
The question is solved.
L'honorable député de.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Clinton. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have information concerning our whip who was not able to plug into Zoom. He wishes to vote nay. So I would just like to know how to proceed in this case.
His vote is already registered. Given that individuals had so much problems, I'm going to make sure that we ask the technical team to look at this to make sure that it wasn't intentional on members' parts. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 170, 170. Nays contre 140, 140.
I declare the motion carried. Est-ce que je fais un appel au règlement, l'honorable député de New.
Point of order, the honourable member New Wester Burnaby.
I would urge you, in light of the circus that just transpired, to fully investigate this vote. Now, we have functioned for 3 years on an honor system around virtual voting and around virtual parliament, and Conservatives have actually used the virtual parliament more than any other party. To find today that there is some mystery virus that has only impacted Conservatives, hasn't impacted members of the Bloc or the NDP or Liberals or Greens, I find difficult to accept. The fact that we saw repeated disruption is equivalent in the virtual world to a member taking in this House, throwing their chair across the House and setting fire to their desk. And so if there was something mystery virus that hit only Conservatives,
So, yes. I would say, yes. I would say it's not really a point of order, but it is something that I will endeavor to have the team look into, to have had so many problems. And I did have to recognize someone from another party, aside from the Conservative Party, so the official opposition, should I say. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I just want to reinforce, you made a comment that you're going to take a review in terms of what has taken place. We appreciate that. What I would point out is that there is a rule subject to a contempt of Parliament. And I think that this is something that does need to be looked at if, in fact, we see that there were members that were intentionally doing and participating in an inappropriate way through the vote application. That would make it a contempt of Parliament. We appreciate the Speaker taking it as notice and reporting back to the House.
Hold on, I have a couple of points of order. I do appreciate the information. As I've indicated, I will have the team look into how come there was so many technical difficulties. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader has a point of order as well.
No, actually.
Oh, no.
He does not have a recognized.
Oh, I'm sorry. In order for the Honourable House Leader Official Opposition House Leader to speak, he would have to have a headpiece. So you might want to ask somebody else to speak on his behalf. The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Central Okanagan.
Central.
Nicola. It does just flow off the lips so easy, Madam Speaker, sometimes, but there are beautiful areas such as South and Northern Okanagan as well. What I'd say, just on this point of order, Madam Chair, is we've had a number of accusations thrown. I think everyone in this place understands that when you're in a work environment where you're combining different time zones, different internet, do not have votes, that it is understood, and I will say this, Madam Speaker, I was at an event even within Ottawa at one point, and my phone would not work. It kept spinning and wouldn't allow me to take a picture. So I do think that we should be giving the benefit of the doubt to honourable members in this place. I do think a review would be helpful, Madam Chair, but I'd also like honourable members to act honourable and to ask and to not necessarily, no, just if I could have the floor, just finish here, Madam Speaker, is that all members have these challenges when we're working in a virtual, and to imply that certain members are doing something, especially contempt of Parliament, Madam Speaker, I think that is straying into more partisan lines. This is a practical matter, and I hope the investigation on the review is a practical matter.
Yeah, so as I indicated, it's going to be a request to have our technical team look into this. The Honourable, I hope that satisfies everybody so that we can move on with the orders of the day. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Madam Speaker, I would also like to point out that the obstruction happened before the vote as well. I did, for the first time ever in this House, I did the whip walk. And I think for the first time ever in this House that I've seen, it was done by...
That's not a point of order, and we have seen where sometimes that has not occurred, where the two whips have come down. I have one more point of order. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There is contempt. There's contempt for the lack of democratic process in this Liberal budget. That's what there's contempt.
Not a point of order. This is a point of debate. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George. I'm sorry. No. This is debate. I would the Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George. I would say, can we just close the mic, please? The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in your investigation on this event, this technical event that took place, I asked you to consider that the member that rose from the NDP when they were in the official opposition did dilatory motions and stall tactics.
It's a point of debate. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Can continue. They did not even wait.
No, it's a point of debate. Again, can we shut the mic off, please? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was hoping prior to question period, I was hoping to weigh in on a question of privilege that had been raised earlier. I thought this might be
List of things to do, but we're just not quite there yet. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Another point of order.
I believe we have gone to the orders of the day. We have a private member's bill that's scheduled to go forward, and I think out of courtesy to the member, we always give courtesy to those who are bringing forward private members' bills. It's important that we give due consideration and due time for that. So I would respectfully ask my colleagues to go forward, and if there's further submissions on this matter, perhaps you can take it up at a later time, Madam Speaker.
Okay, the House has just completed a vote on a motion to move to orders of the day. At the time that the vote started, the motion was in order, as there was still time remaining under government orders today. The chair cannot interrupt the vote once it is underway. However, due to the length of the taking of the recorded division, we have now passed the time allotted to government orders, and therefore the terms of the motion are moot. That being the case, and it being 1:45 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill S-202, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act, Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate, standing in the name of Mr. Aldag.
The Honourable Minister for Official Language veut faire un point d'ordre?
You have a point of order? Yes, Madam Speaker.
Speaker, I request that the ordinary hours of daily adjournment of the next sitting be 12 midnight pursuant to order made Tuesday, November 15th, 2022. And also, Madam Speaker, I'm tabling government responses to question number 1399 to 1409.
Thank you. Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, November 15, 2022, the Minister's request to extend the said sitting is deemed adopted. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West had 5 minutes remaining in debate.
on when would be an
On peut le faire maintenant? Okay. Yes, I'm sorry about that. In the height of everything that's been going on here, I got sidetracked again. So the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona can continue on his, start his point of debate of privilege.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll try not to be more than a few minutes. But I did want to contribute to the question of privilege that was raised by the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I took him to have raised three separate questions of privilege, and it may be that he wants to subdivide those a little bit more. I don't know, but I'm going to respond to what I think were the three major themes of his intervention. One had to do with his ability to move sub-amendments. Another had to do with a vote that was taken on a particular clause that was at issue at committee. And the final one was about drafting for report stage amendments. With respect to his ability to move sub-amendments, I think it's important for the speaker to know as you deliberate on this that, and in fact, the member did mention that the committee had adopted a programming motion by unanimous consent. It was very clear that there was to be no debate during the votes after 4:30 this past Monday. That means that no member was able to get the floor in order to move a sub-amendment. So I think it was pretty clear by the terms of the motion. It should not have been a surprise to this member that there wouldn't have been the ability to move sub-amendments. And I think that was foreseen by the committee, all members of the committee, when they agreed to that programming motion. I would also say that there was, in fact, time to move sub-amendments, which I think is an important thing to consider while considering this question of privilege. In fact, the committee met last week for about 10 hours to consider clause by clause. During that time, Conservative members of the committee chose to filibuster on a motion that they had presented, and that ate up all of the time that we had to be able to discuss the amendments that had already been presented according to the deadline. as well as move sub-amendments to those amendments. So that was a choice by members, and in fact, that member substituted in on the committee to be part of that filibuster at one point, and there had been warnings. In fact, I intervened at the committee to say that we were risking losing the time that we had not only to debate amendments, but also to move sub-amendments. And so I would say in this respect, the member's question of privilege is a little bit like a member who tied themselves to a chair in their own home and then claimed that they were physically obstructed from getting to the House of Commons. And it may be true, but it's superficially true, and I don't think is really a matter of concern for the House. And I would note also, as the member did, that he submitted his amendments to the extent that he did after the deadline. In respect of the report stage amendments, he said that he wasn't aware that the bill would be called to debate until today, when it was announced in the Thursday question. But I would say, Madam Speaker, that members should know, and perhaps he doesn't know, in which case that would be tragic, and he should be informed that members can contact drafters and ask to have amendments drafted well in advance of the bill being called for debate. All of us who were following the progress of that bill at committee knew that it had passed out of committee on Tuesday night. We knew that it was reported to the House Wednesday. There was nothing stopping this particular member from contacting drafters earlier in the process in order to ensure that he had those amendments drafted and ready to go for when the bill was ultimately called. And of course, we knew that with a bill being reported back to the House from committee on a Wednesday, that the first day eligible for debate would be a Friday. So I respectfully submit that the member knew or ought to have known that the bill may have been called Friday and had ample opportunity to prepare his amendments. Now, in respect of the missed vote on a clause at committee, there was certainly a lot of disorder in the room going on at that time. I think if you were to go check the video, you would find that that disorder, the kind of proximate cause of that disorder was the member himself, when he opened his microphone and then took an electronic device and held it to the microphone, playing question period into the microphone. And one of the reasons why that caused so much disorder was because we know, and we've been told many times, that that causes harm to the interpreters, and that we are not to hold electronic devices playing sound of any kind to the microphone, because it hurts people, and it's a workplace safety and health issue for the interpreters. There was no reason for him to do that. He could have made his point in many other ways, ones that weren't damaging to the people who support our work in the House of Commons. The chair asked him to stop. He wouldn't. Disorder ensued. I won't belabor that point any further. All that to say that that was part of what was going on. So there is a reasonable question as to whether the chair ought to have tried to call a vote in the midst of that level of disorder. However, I would note, and I think it's important for the speaker to know when deliberating on this question of privilege, that the committee agreed by unanimous consent when the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, raised this as a question of privilege at the committee level, to go back to the vote on that clause by unanimous consent and to redo the vote, ensuring that everyone knew that we were voting on that particular clause and that they were paying attention during the vote to ensure that all those votes were cast. So those are things that I think are really important for the speaker to know while you're deliberating on these points of order. I think, I think that the member is referring to certain things that, if they had played out in some other way, may have been quite serious. But actually, I think the committee was very willing to entertain the legitimate concerns that the member raised, and I think that's evidenced by us providing unanimous consent to go back to the vote. I think it's evidenced by the programming motion that's at issue in all of this having been agreed to by unanimous consent, and frankly negotiated between Liberals and Conservatives and then presented to the committee. So I think those are all things that really ought to be taken into account. I suspect these may be some things that the member himself may want to contemplate for future instances. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I think I have enough information before me on both sides, and we'll certainly come back to the House with a decision. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is indeed an honour and a privilege to rise today to speak to Bill S-202. I want to begin by acknowledging the importance of the arts and culture in Canadian life. And while the motivation for this bill may be admirable, I do question whether at a time when 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals, when we see record high food bank usage, when we see Canadians struggling to make their rent and mortgage payments, why the government would use a Senate public bill to advance such a matter. Now, that said, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to rise and speak to various issues related to Bill S-202, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act, Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate. Now, Madam Speaker, I must admit that I personally am not much of an artist. I'm not an expert on the art world. I'm one of those people who knows when art looks good or what I think looks good, although many people will not agree with my perspective. Certainly, I do not have many original artworks hanging in my home. Those that I do have that are originals were those that were created by some of the cutest constituents in my riding, aged 7, 9, and 5. But I do appreciate the art that our world creates. And certainly in my riding, like so many ridings across this country, there are many opportunities to see those great works of art at the local level, whether it's in places like Minto or in Stratford, at Gallery Stratford, or the weekly Art in the Park enterprises in Stratford. Now, Bill S-202 proposes to create the position of the Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate, who, according to the bill, this laureate, quote, will be the holder of which is an officer of the Library of Parliament. This bill follows a similar formula that was used over 20 years ago to create the Parliamentary Poet Laureate. However, it's important to recognize that here on Parliament Hill, we do indeed have an impressive collection of visual art. Now, Madam Speaker, many of us who were privileged enough to be able to sit in the original centre block, and certainly some of us missed that historic building, will know some of the work that was included in that building. After it was rebuilt in February 3rd, 1916, there was many visual art that was included in it. It had many great paintings, sculptures, and many that were carved in the interior centre block stone itself. And what many might not know is that much of the stone in centre block was deliberately left unmarked upon construction so that future art could be carved into the building over the decades. The art on Parliament Hill was sculpted as our country was sculpted. Now, Madam Speaker, what's more, outside this very chamber are the portraits of many former speakers of the House of Commons and the portraits of 21 of the 22 former prime ministers. And now, Madam Speaker, I'm personally quite fond of the painting of Canada's 9th Prime Minister, Blanchard Township-born Arthur Meehan, the Right Honourable Member who was perhaps the greatest orator that this House has ever seen. It was, in fact, when Canadian historian Arthur Milnes, who was doing work on a project on Arthur Meehan, who discovered a serious blunder related to that portrait. In fact, while the portrait had been displayed on Parliament Hill since it was painted by Ernest Fosbury in 1948, it had never been officially unveiled or dedicated. Fortunately, that oversight was corrected when then Prime Minister Stephen Harper, then Speaker Peter Milliken, former Prime Minister Joe Clark, and then Senator the Honourable Michael Meehan rectified the situation and held an official portrait unveiling in February of 2011. And as a side note, Madam Speaker, I would note that this past Tuesday evening, I had the great privilege of speaking with our former Senate colleague, Michael Meehan, at opening night of the Stratford Festival's 2023 season. And it gives me the opportunity to highlight Senator Meehan and the Meehan family for their strong support of the Stratford Festival, and in particular, the Meehan Forum, which makes such contributions to thoughtful reflection on the arts and culture in Canada. Now, back to the Meehan portrait. It was displayed in centre block with the other prime ministerial portraits until they were moved here in 2018. And while it's unfortunate that the formal portrait unveiling did not occur while Arthur Meehan was still alive, perhaps having had a parliamentary visual artist at the time, they may have rectified that situation. Now, Madam Speaker, I did mention that 21 of our 22 former prime ministers are hung in these walls. The one that is missing is certainly our former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, who has yet to have his own portrait unveiled, but I know all members are looking forward to that day when we are able to unveil his portrait as one of Canada's great leaders of this century. Now, Madam Speaker, another great work of art that hangs within the parliamentary precinct is one titled The Ghosts of Vimy Ridge. It was painted in 1928 by William Longstaff, and this magnificent work of art shows a dark sky over the Vimy Ridge Memorial in France. The House of Commons description of the painting says, and I quote, "On Easter Sunday, 1917, Canadian soldiers launched a bloody victorious attack on the German-held Vimy Ridge. This battle is considered a defining moment for Canada coming into its own as a young country." In William Longstaff's oil painting, The Ghosts of Vimy Ridge, the specters of almost 3,600 fallen Canadian soldiers trod back to camp through shell-poked ground and darkness, guided by light from below that illuminates William Alward's massive Canadian monument. Longstaff, an Australian, sold the painting to Captain John Arthur Dewar of the Dewar Distillery family, who presented it to then Canadian Prime Minister R.B. Bennett in 1931. This painting used to hang in the Railway Committee room of Centre Block, where the opposition parties held our caucus meetings. But since the closure of that building, it has been moved to the main floor of the Wellington Building, a building in which I am pleased to have an office and have passed by that painting each day on my way to work. And it reminds us of the bravery and the sacrifice of so many Canadian soldiers who helped make this country what it is today. Now, Madam Speaker, recognizing that the bill is likely to pass, I would encourage the first holder of this position to prioritize the creation of more paintings and artworks to honor the Canadian soldiers who gave their lives in other battles, including at Normandy, the Korean War, and more recently in peacekeeping missions, and certainly the war in Afghanistan. One note I would note is about 2 months ago, I learned of a great painting in Cambridge, Ontario, honoring the lives of the 159 Canadians who died in Afghanistan. This painting needs a new home, and I think it would be appropriate that such a painting would be displayed here on Parliament Hill. Now, Madam Speaker, before I wrap up, I do want to highlight one visual artist from my riding, Horatio Walker. Born in Listowel in 1958, Horatio Walker was primarily a self-taught artist and soon became known for his beautiful paintings depicting rural life in Canada. He was elected to the Royal Academy of Canada in 1918 and became its president in 1925. Yet his works have never been displayed here on Parliament Hill, nor have I found a record of any of his paintings displayed within the precinct. Part of the mandate for the Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate, as provided in Bill S-202, is, and I quote, "to give advice to the parliamentary librarian regarding the collection of the library and acquisitions to enrich the library's cultural holdings." If this position is created, I would hope that the first Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate will take the initiative and ensure that at least one of Horatio Walker's great paintings that depict the spirit and beauty of life in rural Canada will be displayed here on Parliament Hill for all Canadians who come here to view and upon which to reflect. I know for a fact that just a kilometre from here, a few of his paintings are sitting in storage at the National Gallery, where they're not being viewed by anyone. It would be wonderful if just one of them could come to Parliament Hill so they can be seen by so many. Now, Madam Speaker, I would note as well, as I wrap up my comments, that Indigenous art has often been undervalued and unseen in Canada's history. So I'm hopeful that if this bill were to pass before this Parliament dissolves, that a future Visual Artist Laureate will make a concerted effort to ensure the work of Indigenous artists are made well represented within this place. Certainly, when I was Shadow Minister for Canadian Heritage, my office was in contact with a gentleman in New Brunswick who was looking for a home for several pieces of Indigenous art from the great Christian Morisseau. And I hope that thus far has found little reception to finding those places here. So I would hope that the new Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate would find a way to make that happen. So, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I do want to say that Canada is home to so much great art, so much great culture, that we ought to celebrate it and share it with all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm rising in support of Bill S-202. It's a two-page
document. Very straightforward, basically asks the Speaker of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Commons to select the Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate. Ensures that that person would hold office for a term not exceeding 2 years. Ensures that their mandate is to promote the arts and culture in Canada. And I'll come back to that in a moment, Madam Speaker, because it's for that reason that I'm supportive and the NDP is supportive of this bill. And ensure that what the Visual Poet Laureate is doing is ensuring that we are producing artistic creations, sponsoring artistic events, giving advice to the parliamentary librarian, and performing other related duties. So the Visual Artist Laureate can play an important role in fostering the arts. This is important. There is no doubt, and I will come back to why that is important in just a moment. Because it's a brief bill, I think it's important to comment on what we do in this place, Madam Speaker. The reality is private members' legislation can make a huge difference in people's lives. I'm going to talk about two bills that I think have performed that, really responding to the needs of people in a way that is fundamentally important. I'm not suggesting the Visual Arts Laureate is not responding to some need. It does help to foster the arts sector, and for that reason we support it. And last night, Madam Speaker, I was at a vigil in Parliament Hill, just a few steps from this place. And the Mums Stop the Harm had a vigil for members of their family who passed away due to toxic drug supply in this country. It was a profoundly moving event, Madam Speaker, as we listened to each of the families step forward to speak about how toxic drugs had an impact on their family, and the devastating loss of their loved one. Now, you recall, Madam Speaker, that the member from Courtenay Alberni brought forward a Bill C-216, a health-based response to substance use. This would have helped immeasurably to help those families right across the length and breadth of our country. Madam Speaker, this bill on the Visual Arts Laureate will pass easily. I have no doubt that members of all parties will support it, and the Visual Laureate will be put into place. It's a good thing, not suggesting it's a bad thing. It will make a difference in fostering the arts, and for a number of reasons that's important. But the reality is Bill C-216 that would have saved people's lives was defeated in this House with Conservatives and Liberals voting against. And the Mums Stop the Harm, the family members who have lost a loved one, lament the fact that in this place we're willing to vote for legislation that is sometimes symbolic, sometimes is positive symbolism, sometimes makes a difference, but unwilling to take the courageous step of adopting legislation that would literally save people's lives. And Madam Speaker, I experienced the same thing in presenting as a private member's bill the Canada Pharmacare Act. And you'll recall, Madam Speaker, 2 years ago, we had a vote in this place on that. Now, there is no doubt that pharmacare, universal pharmacare, saves people's lives. Every country that has universal health care has universal pharmacare, every single one. And in Canada, the Canadian Nurses Association tells us that hundreds of Canadians die every year because they don't have the financial resources to pay for the medication that will keep them in life. There is no doubt that pharmacare, through that private member's bill, that putting that foundation in place for universal pharmacare would have made an enormous difference in people's lives. And yet, again, Madam Speaker, Conservatives and Liberals in this place voted that down. Now, we have a symbolic piece of legislation, a private member's bill, that we don't oppose, to establish a Visual Artist Laureate. It will be adopted by all members of Parliament, voting together. We'll vote unanimously, but perhaps, to put in place Visual Artist Laureate. But what about universal pharmacare? What about putting in place healthcare measures that actually save people's lives and provide support to those who have addictions and are struggling with substance use. This is what I find difficult, Madam Speaker. That we can get unanimity around things that don't necessarily make a difference in people's lives. But that time and again, as a House, as members of Parliament, we find a majority voting against the essential measures that will actually make a difference. So with that caveat, Madam Speaker, I'd like to return to Bill S202 and what I hope will come out of this. The reality is that the arts sector in Canada has been a major motor of the economy. And I would particularly like to shout out, as a Member of Parliament for New Westminster Burnaby, to the New Westminster Arts Council and the Burnaby Arts Council for the work that they do each and every day to foster the arts and to foster that community togetherness in our communities. The two communities I represent have very strong artistic sectors. And it's because of the volunteer work that folks have been doing over years that have led to that. We've been very fortunate in the communities I represent. But we've seen with COVID how the arts sector has been hard hit right across the country. 25% decrease in employment levels in arts, entertainment, and recreation. In many cases, we're seeing a 1/3 loss or a 50% loss of gate receipts for festivals and for performing arts. So there is no doubt that the arts sector suffered particularly through COVID and hasn't been fully revived. And so for that reason, it makes sense that what we do is ensure Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate position is put into place and starts immediately that work to help to publicize the arts sector, to help to make a difference in the arts sector, to, in a sense, help to revive the arts sector. And I believe fundamentally that we need to contribute to the arts sector and make that difference right across the country. I know, and the member from Nunavut just agreed with me. The member from Nunavut is a huge supporter of the arts, and as we know, Nunavut is a major engine of the arts, but not receiving the support from the federal government. I think that other parts of the country should be receiving in the arts sector. And so the federal government needs to step up far beyond the issue of putting in place the Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate. There is also a restoration of funding that needs to take place right across the country. I'd suggest in New Westminster Burnaby, I'd suggest in Nunavut, I'd suggest in North Highland Powell River, and then I'm a Ladysmith and South Okanagan and West Kootenay, right across the country. I have colleagues that represent very vibrant arts sector in those communities. In fact, I've been to every one of them, and it is amazing what the arts sector does in every one of those communities. Shepherded and supported by strong members of Parliament, I would add. But the reality is the federal government hasn't been there since COVID. There was support that the NDP forced through COVID to ensure that many of the arts sector that was hard hit by COVID made it through COVID. Now the federal government is stepping back and saying, well, you're on your own. Now, there is the exception. We'll have a Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate, but that is only a small step of what is actually needed to provide the supports to the artistic sector, the performing arts, the festivals, to arts and culture right across this country. So this is fundamentally important, Madam Speaker. It goes far beyond the private members' bill. And we are sometimes called upon to speak to private members' bills that are symbolic. In some cases, they are symbolic, but they have added elements. In this case, there is a symbolism that does provide for other elements, the promotion of the arts in Parliament Hill. Hopefully, it would make a difference in the federal government's response to the artistic sector. But ultimately, the federal government needs to step up. They need to go beyond this private member's bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The reprise de débat. The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to close our current debate on the matter of Bill S-202 its second reading, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act and establish a parliamentary visual artist laureate for the Parliamentary Library. Before I begin, I'd like to address a couple of comments that were raised through my colleagues' comments today. The Conservative member spoke about why this is important when we have issues such as people relying on food banks. I'd like to point out, as I did in my first speech in the House, that the arts and artists were very negatively impacted during COVID, and as was just mentioned, many have not yet fully recovered. And so it is important to bring attention to the arts, the importance of the arts. They were there for us during COVID, even though their revenues suffered tremendously. I think that that is one of the reasons that this position is so important. We also heard from our NDP colleague about other competing priorities like pharmacare. And that's the issue we have with the arts, is the arts are often competing against other priorities, and they often come up as they mostly lose. And that's a concern. Again, that's why I think that this position, this role is so important to Canadians and the arts community. I'd like to take a moment to express my gratitude to former Senator Patricia Bovey, who has championed this bill every step of the way. Her passion and appreciation for the arts have laid the foundation for our debate, and it's thanks to her that this bill has come to fruition. We owe her our profound appreciation for her invaluable effort and years of service in the Senate. That bill presented before us today is one that recognizes and embraces the immense value of art in our country, where we are surrounded by culture, beauty, and myriads of visual arts. Our art is a reflection of our Canadian identity and the Canadian soul. It unifies us in our endless appreciation, brings us together in admiration of the many artists who have dedicated countless hours to create captivating works for our eyes. I'd also like to take a moment to thank Senator Wilfred Moore, who first introduced this legislation back in 2016. Although his bill was not able to pass before the dissolution of Parliament, he was the first legislator to introduce the idea of a parliamentary visual artist laureate. I'd also like to express my gratitude for the kind words spoken by colleagues as we've debated this bill. It's been frequently stated that art is universal, transcending barriers of language and ideology. It pleases me to witness the truth of this sentiment and that art has touched all our lives in some shape or form. It communicates ideas and our experiences from every corner of life. The Canadian painter Emily Carr once said, "Pictures should be inspired by nature but made in the soul of the artists. It is the soul of the individual that counts." It's a profound statement that encapsulates the essence of art and its ability to externalize the depths of an artist's emotions. Through the establishment of this office, we can bring those words to life within the House of Commons. We can give voice to the soul of our country through its visual creations. Ms. Carr, like too many other talented artists, was not widely recognized for most of her life. At the time, her artistic approach was neither appreciated nor understood. She suffered the fate of countless individuals who waited years to witness the full recognition of their work, if received at all. It will be the duty of the Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate to seek out that talent, give them a platform, and ensure that our artists receive the respect they deserve as soon as possible, not posthumously. With the passage of this bill and the establishment of this office, we will honour the works, events, and exhibitions of Canadian artists everywhere. The creation of a Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate sends a message to the rest of the country and the world. Art is a universal language that knows no boundaries. Canada respects and celebrates this language, embracing the diverse cultural values within our country. From the Pacific Coast to the Quebecois to the countless Indigenous communities and so many others, we want to dedicate an office that ensures their work does not go unnoticed. We value their immense talent and the contributions they have made to our country. I urge my colleagues to join me in showing our appreciation. An office such as the one proposed by this bill will serve as the opportunity for many young artists. Its establishment will provide a platform for young, up-and-coming artists to gain exposure and support for their craft. It fosters an environment where new talents can proudly showcase their work and achievements to a broader audience. By doing so, we take another step towards fostering a vibrant, thriving artistic community right here at home. The Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate will serve as a champion of artistic expression and advocate for its recognition within the country. Collaborating alongside the Speaker and members of Parliament, their insight will be an invaluable resource as we consider the profound influences of culture and art on policy. The passage of Bill S-202 and the establishment of this office symbolizes our commitment to celebrating the transformative power of art. By creating this position, we honor our cultural heritage and pave the way for future generations of artists to thrive. I employ all my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill on division. I look forward to seeing my bill through its successful conclusion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Aldag, seconded by Mr. Fisher, move that Bill S-202, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act, Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Si un député d'un parti...
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member for Mégantic L'Érable. I'm asking for recorded division, please.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 7th, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. As
it is 2:40, the House is adjourned until Monday, pursuant to 41, Article 24(1 of the Standing Orders.
Thank you.